Court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning.
All right. Morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we begin and return to this witness, could I see counsel sidebar just briefly?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice, cool weekend as best you could, and were able to kind of recharge the batteries a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the case. So first, let me ask the questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Next, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. Thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, we've got a number of witnesses. I'm not quite sure how long it may go. So we may break a little bit early today, just kind of depending on the way the case comes in. And then in regards to where we are right now, we're going to, if you remember, when we broke on Friday, there was a witness at Dr. Tufts. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination. We're now going to have that witness return to the stand, and the cross-examination by the defendant will begin. All right. And so with that, if we could recall that witness.
Just watch yourself, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Reddington?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Do you have your record in front of you, your notes?
I do.
And you can look at that anytime you want, just refresh your memory.
Thank you.
Dr. Tufts, you are presently a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me where you went to med school?
University of Vermont.
And what were the years that you were at University of Vermont?
2014 to 2018.
Beautiful country, actually. Great place to live, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
And when you graduated from med school, you then did your residency?
Correct.
And where was the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell me, what is it exactly that you do as a psychiatric resident or a psychiatrist resident? What do you do?
You do a lot of different things. You rotate in all the different aspects of psychiatry, as well as internal medicine, so that you have a foundational knowledge of broad medical topics. You admit patients into the inpatient hospital. You manage emergencies in the hospital and in the emergency room, decide whether patients need to be admitted psychiatrically or not, and also carry a panel of outpatients.
And is this a hospital that you're working in, or is it Boston University? Is it a medical center?
So yes, it's the Boston University program, located at the hospital, Boston Medical Center, with also a lot of time spent at the various Boston VA locations.
And what were the years, I'm sorry, that you did your residency?
2018 to 2022.
So you basically were working as either a person studying to be a doctor, graduating, and then becoming entire pandemic?
For the first part of the pandemic, yes.
The pandemic ended when Joe Biden said it ended. It was July of 2022, right?
I'm not sure exactly when he said that.
Would you agree with me that when the pandemic started around 2019, when you began your residency, 2020, 21, into 22, it was a large portion, if you will, of the pandemic timeframe?
Times. I began my program before the pandemic.
Labor and delivery nurse with a woman who's having a baby directly in front of you.
I imagine not.
So when you finished, did you graduate from a residency, or is it like you get a certificate or something?
Yes, there is a certificate for completing it.
And then at that point, you are now a licensed doctor. Is that how it works?
Well, you're actually a licensed doctor the entire time that you're in residency. But upon the completion of that, you can obtain a full, unrestricted Massachusetts license and also become board certified.
And the board certification, for example, you have a board certification in general psychiatry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you got that certification?
When was it?
Yes.
It was September 12th, 2022.
When was it that you actually started working as a physician, as a psychiatrist?
I started working as a physician and as a psychiatrist during the residency training program. But I started practicing completely independently at Astor Mental Health in August of 2022.
August of 2022.
Yes.
Now, prior to working with or at Astor, is that ASTOR or ER?
ASTER, like the flower.
And what is Astor? What is it, like a group of doctors? Is it a medical center? What is it?
It is a outpatient practice that is owned by a psychiatrist. It has a number of psychiatrists as well as therapists.
And where is it located? Is it a brick and mortar type place where you have offices?
Yes, the original offices were in Braintree, Massachusetts, and now there's an office in Peabody as well.
Your office, where do you work?
So at the time I saw the patient, I was working in the Braintree office. I currently work in Peabody.
Where, I'm sorry.
Currently in Peabody, Massachusetts.
So when you start working at Astor, obviously like anybody else, you submit a resume, an application, you perhaps even get hired, right?
It's a fairly lengthy process and a number of interviews with different staff at the practice, and some recommendations, letters of reference, verification of credentials, all of that. But yes, it can be comparable to another profession in that process.
Now, in August of 22, when you, congratulations, obviously you were hired by Astor, how many women had you treated in your residency that were postpartum?
With postpartum depression? Or just in the postpartum period?
How many women that were in the postpartum period did you treat prior to August of 22?
Many. It's hard to give an exact number, but I did have specific training in that population.
In that population. And where did you have the training in that population?
At Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell us in that 2-year period approximately how many women that were in the postpartum period that you treated as a resident?
Okay, so it's really hard to give an exact number, but if I had to say, at least 50.
So in the 2-year period, you treated 50 people in the residency that had postpartum. And can you tell me, what is postpartum? What is that?
Well, I just want to address that it was a 4-year period, not a 2-year period.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And sorry, what was your question?
Hold on. You saw 50 people in a 4-year period that had postpartum. In other words, they had them after having a baby, right?
Possibly, yeah, more or less. I saw a number of other patients. I saw much more than 50, but yes.
So after you had your residency and after you were hired by Astor, is that when you began in August of 22 your practice as a practicing psychiatrist?
Yes.
And when was it that you actually got your DEA license that authorizes you to prescribe medication to citizens?
So during residency, I had a DEA license, but it was affiliated with the with Boston Medical Center. And then when I started at Astor, I had my own DEA number. I don't know exactly when, maybe sometime around August.
So August of 22, you start working at Astor. August of 22, you got your DEA license individually that authorized you to prescribe medication, correct?
Yes.
And it was when that you saw Lindsay Clancy?
I believe our first visit was September 15th
Of
2022.
So you were practicing as a psychiatrist for a little more than a month.
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month. But the training is just immense that goes on before that.
Absolutely, it must be. But that's a residency that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you know, in a residency, I mean, all I know is Grey's Anatomy, but I mean, you're working under a doctor, the doctors are supervising you and they tell you what to do and then you report to them, correct?
They don't really tell you what to do. They're there as a resource if you need additional support. But I followed many of my own patients. I was the only person in the room with them. And, my notes were signed off by an attending physician, and that attending was available for any support I needed.
So in August of 22, when you started working at Astor, you actually filled out a form for your advertising. Is that correct?
I believe that was handled by other people at the practice.
And who would that be?
Well, we have non-clinical staff that handle the administrative matters.
Okay, but you're a doctor and you're out there to the public. You're advertising yourself and your services to the public. Is that fair?
I believe, yes. I'm not directing the marketing of our office, but yes.
Okay, never mind your office. I'm talking about you. You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't think there was an ad. I think we have a website that had some information about myself.
Okay. Now, in August of 22, up until when you saw Lindsay, how many patients in that month or so had you treated for postpartum psychosis?
How many patients in a month up until that month?
I'm asking you about when you started working in August of 22 for Astor, and you are now on your own as an employee. How many patients had you treated before you saw Lindsay Clancy for postpartum psychosis?
Well, in the span of 1 month, I would say none because it's a very rare disorder.
Yeah, okay. But it exists, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things would be the voices that people hear, right?
That is a symptom of psychosis. Absolutely.
And that's legitimate, isn't it?
It is a legitimate diagnosis. Absolutely.
No, not the diagnosis. People that have postpartum psychosis hear voices, do they not?
Many do. The disorder can manifest differently in different people, but yes, many people do hear voices.
How about postpartum depression? How many people in that month or so before you met Lindsay did you treat for postpartum depression?
In the span of 1 month, it's really hard to pinpoint that. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a couple? And do you recall how long you treated them for?
Again, it's hard to really pin down the individuals in a short span of time.
Can you tell the jury what you put in your ad or in the Aster website that you indicated that described you?
I don't recall.
Well, one of the things you did is that you said that you basically were a specialist in postpartum, people that had postpartum psychiatry. You indicated that on your website, didn't you?
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly the wording.
You've been working now for how many years now? 3 since you saw this? Or more?
Almost 4, yes.
You haven't changed your ad on the website, have you?
I have not personally, no.
And you've read it probably a bunch of times, right?
I read it a couple of times, but I don't spend a lot of time on my website.
Okay. Do you recall that you indicated that you were specializing in any particular aspect of psychiatry?
Yes, it probably includes a special interest in women's health, in perinatal psychiatry, in trauma-related disorders, anxiety, and there may be some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah, like women that have babies and they're suffering from postpartum depression, right?
Absolutely.
You advertised that after a month working for Aster, right?
That's listed as one of my interests, definitely.
And again, forgive me, how many women did you treat for postpartum depression in that month and a half before you met Lindsay?
I don't know, maybe a couple. But I've treated many of them in the residency, which was just immediately before.
So when a person needs to see a psychiatrist, generally they're not well. Is that fair?
Some are not well. It really can vary.
So when someone comes to see a psychiatrist like you, it's because they need help, right?
Yes.
And when they come to you because they need help, for example, with Lindsay Clancy, she came to you because of your ad, right? Or your website for Aster, what you said about yourself.
I don't know exactly how she found us.
Well, do you know why she came to see you?
I'm not sure exactly.
Friday, we spent a long period of time going through your initial or the initial intake that she had to fill out. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes, we did.
And the district attorney kept asking you, and this is in September, is it September 12th? Is that when that form was filled out?
I believe she completed the form on the 12th. The appointment was on the 15th.
So what does a person do? Do they call you or do they talk to somebody in administration? How do you get the form to fill out?
Yes, our administration handles that.
And what do they do? How does that happen?
They send them the documents, probably by email, and the patient fills them out. It might be all within the portal that we use,
Within the portal?
the patient portal, yes.
Okay, and that means that you go online and you can access Aster Mental Health and then all these little drop-down boxes would come up?
Something like that.
Are you aware, is something like that, or are you aware of what it does?
So because I don't handle the scheduling and the sending of forms, I don't know exactly what it looks like.
Well, this is the form that you're giving a person that needs help because they're possibly mentally ill, is that right?
Yes, and what's important is that I review the forms and we go through
You
them
do?
in the appointment. Absolutely, yes.
Now, understand that your records, Exhibit 219, I believe, the jury will have access to the Tufts records, okay? You're aware of that, right? You know it's an exhibit,
Yes,
because you have talked to the prosecution about what an exhibit is, and you know that your records are now in evidence before this jury, right?
if that's what you say, yes.
I wouldn't take what I say.
Well,
If you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know the details of how this works.
All right, have you talked to them prior to your testimony?
No.
You haven't talked to the DA's office?
No, not at all.
You're a defendant in a very large lawsuit, are you not?
Yes,
You wouldn't happen to be represented by an attorney, would you?
I am.
And the fact that you have an attorney is your right under the Constitution. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this case is very, very major to the outcome of your lawsuit. Is that right?
I don't actually know that.
So you understand that if in fact it's determined that you advertised as an expert in postpartum and in postpartum psychiatry, and you've had a month experience plus a residency, would you consider that to be negligent or misrepresentation?
I do not believe that I have been negligent.
Do you understand what misrepresentation is?
Yes.
With a month under your belt plus your residency, do you really want this jury to believe that you were an expert? Can you advertise that?
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
You were what?
No. Good answer.
I just think the wording was that it's an interest of mine. I don't believe I called myself an expert.
Are you an expert in postpartum?
I may be. I don't know. I think it depends on what you define an expert as.
Well, when a patient comes to you and they fill out the form, you agree with me that your records reflect that form that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And the form that the district attorney went through painstakingly with you is basically, it looks something like this, right? That's one of the forms that you got to fill out, right? Right?
Yes.
See the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark in?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages again, how many pages does a patient, or how many pages does Lindsay go through to check the boxes for acid?
There were a lot of pages.
What's a lot, 10, 20?
Yeah, maybe between 10 and 20.
Okay. And basically, they're all little checks and boxes, correct?
Not just checks.
No? So does the person then answer questions by typing in answers such as, do you have any pending legal problems? No. Have you been arrested? No. Things of that nature, right?
Those are some of the questions.
And the questions also, do they ask the patient what medications they were on
Yes.
before seeing you?
Yes.
And Lindsay told you that she was on SSRIs in the past, right?
Yes.
And SSRI means what?
A selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
And that's pretty powerful stuff.
It's an effective treatment for depression and anxiety.
Well, it affects the serotonin levels in the brain, doesn't it?
Yes.
It rewires the brain, doesn't it?
It doesn't rewire the brain. It increases the serotonin, and many individuals with depression have low levels of serotonin.
So Lindsay told you that she had been prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the SSRI?
Prozac.
And how long was she on the Prozac?
I'm not sure.
Never asked.
I probably asked.
Probably asked. Isn't it true? Don't you guys have a saying that if it's not written, it didn't happen? You take copious notes, do you not?
It's impossible to write down every single thing that's said. So I write down what is clinically relevant, clinically necessary. But there's a lot that is discussed over an hour that is not able to be written down.
Such as the fact that a person was on an SSRI when they were in nursing school was not an important fact to find out.
Oh, no, that's important. Sorry.
No problem. I'm not doing, the Sophie Cunningham act. I'm just asking a question, that's all, and you can answer it, okay? How about if she had a reaction to Prozac?
I asked her about the Prozac.
Is that written in your notes?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that she took it for a period of time. She didn't mention any side effects.
Oh, she didn't tell you that she had side effects. I see. So when a patient comes to see you with a month under your belt and they're sick and they're looking for help, you wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was and was able to provide that for me.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes.
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you, wasn't she, in answering these questions, right?
I believe that she was.
We all spent some time talking about the fact that she declared that she had consumed alcohol and that she felt guilty about it. You called that on Friday and dwelled on that for a while, didn't we?
Yeah, yes, that was a component, yes.
I mean, that's something that's important, right?
Yes.
What was her drink of choice?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask her?
I'm not sure. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use.
Well, the VA certainly was Friday, right?
All right, it is, and everybody knows. Doctor, wait for the question, all right? And then same thing, I'll have counsel wait till you finish your answer, all right? Go ahead, Ms. Reddington.
So is it important, doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes.
And you know that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
Yes.
You know that she graduated obviously from college, right?
Yes.
Is she a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall.
Did you ask her?
Specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you knew that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct? Or did you?
Sorry?
Or did you?
He attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
Ah. And did you say, hi, how are you? And give a handshake when you came in your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from September till January? 14 appointments?
Yes.
Every single one of them were by telemedicine, weren't they?
Yes.
Until you came in this courtroom Friday, you never saw this woman in person, did you?
Correct.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but that's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
I imagine. Now, I'm looking at you, and you've got the witness stand cutting you off in half, right? So I can't see from your waist down, your legs, your feet, your hands, anything. That's the same view that you have on the telemedicine, right?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you've studied and that you've learned that there are objective manifestations that patients may have that would be a tell, like if you're playing poker, you have a tell, that would be an indicia of the fact that they're stressed or emotionally disturbed, right?
Yes.
Like hand wringing, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see the hands wringing when you were on telemedicine?
I don't recall seeing her hands.
Recall, you know how people sit there and they do this with their leg and the leg bounces because they're going through some type of emotional stress? You couldn't even see her legs, could you?
I couldn't see her legs, but I knew that she was under stress.
So when she came to you, September 15th, I believe, is the first time that you all actually discussed her condition, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the medical records, which the jury will be able to look at, it says visit date, September 15th, 2022, and you can look along with me if you wish. Indicates why she came to see you, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she come to see you? According, not guessing and speculating, never mind the TV. You just look at your notes. Tell me what brought Lindsay Clancy to your office.
Postpartum anxiety.
Is that it? Is that what you noted in the records?
Well, those were her words when asked, what are the problems for which you are seeking help?
I see. Postpartum anxiety. Now, as a psychiatrist, meeting with this young woman after a month or so of working as a psychiatrist or pastor, there are tests that you administer to a woman who's in postpartum to find out what type of anxiety they have, right?
There are some screening tests, but the most important thing is what the patient tells you and what my assessment is in the session.
I see. And that would carry through the Tufts evaluations for all 14 of those meetings, is what the patient tells you, right?
Yes, and what I observed in the session
Through the television.
through the computer.
What, if you can tell me, is the Edinburgh test?
It is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PPD?
I wouldn't say it's a major test.
It's a pretty big one, though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
So what?
Commonly used.
All right, so when you used it on Lindsay, when was that administered to her?
I did not use it on Lindsay.
Why?
We used the PHQ-9, which
What is
is
PHQ-9?
it's a depression screening form.
That's like generalized anxiety disorder, general depression. It's got nothing to do with a woman suffering from postpartum depression, does it?
I disagree.
Well, do you agree that people perhaps that may know a little more than you determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman?
Yes. State as.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me how it's graded?
No, I cannot.
There are 30 questions in it, are there not?
I don't use this scale, so I don't know how many questions there are.
So the Edinburgh scale, do you even know that the cutoff for someone that is depressed in their condition of postpartum would be 15? Anything over that, you're in severe depression?
Okay.
You know that her first Edinburgh test that was administered to her put her at a 23
Objection.
overall. Severe depression.
I was not aware of this test. I was not aware that this had been administered to her.
Well, you know that except for the Prozac that she had when she was a nurse, what, 23, 24, 23 years old, she hadn't, other than seeing her own doctor for having a baby, she hadn't seen any doctors. You knew that, right?
I didn't know exactly which doctor she sees. I think we ask about your primary care doctor, but she did not report any other medical issues that she was under treatment for.
So is it important for Dr. Jennifer Tufts to know whether or not a patient who is coming to you for help has a prior medical history other than what they might tell you?
Well, when patients are able to advocate for themselves and share their medical history, we rely on what they tell us.
Was she able to advocate for herself, in your opinion, when she came to see you? Were you evaluated her in September?
Absolutely.
How about October?
Yes.
How about November?
Yes.
How about December?
Yes.
And your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating, was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So
No. You used the word deteriorating on Friday, did you not?
she was a little bit worse at certain appointments, and the deteriorating word, which is not my word choice, is what is in the note because I had to select that.
Because why? You have some kind of a program that you have to check the box and you have to bring down the drop box. You can't take a pen and write something down about a patient.
There are certain parts of the note where I can write whatever I feel is necessary, but that specific aspect of the note is a button where you have to click one of three choices.
So when the jury's going through your medical records, one of the things that they're going to see is that when you meet with the patient, you have a form that you fill out where it says, if you feel like you're going to harm yourself or somebody else, make sure you go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
If you have any urges to harm yourself or others, go to the nearest emergency room. That's in every single time that you meet with a patient, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that if there's any, call the suicide prevention and crisis hotline. If you feel that you're in crisis, you may text home to a particular number anytime. What's a suicide hotline?
It's a phone number that patients in crisis can call and speak to a trained counselor.
Now, a psychiatrist, you'd agree with me, is not a counselor, that's for sure, right?
Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
Like
but
what?
we did
Like what?
providing emotional support, listening to
Excuse
her.
me, hold on, no, please.
Finish her answer.
No, she can't.
Hold on, everybody. You ask the question, I'm gonna let her finish, and then you can follow up with any questions you want. Go ahead, Doc.
Anything else you want to say?
So her sessions were largely focused on medication management, but there was an aspect of therapy including those items.
Okay, and the sessions were for what, 17 minutes?
No.
How long were they?
25 to 30 minutes.
So 25 to 30 minutes on the television, and will you face the TV screen with her for the full 25 minutes?
Yes.
And that's not noted in your records. It says 17 minutes on all the records.
So if you look closely, it says the therapy component was for 17 minutes. It doesn't say the entire duration is 17 minutes.
So what do you do when you're trying to give therapy as a psychiatrist to a patient that came to see you? What do you do? What do you do with therapy?
It depends on the person.
Well, how about Lindsay Clancy? What did you do for therapy with her?
I listened to her. I listened to her concerns and provided support. I tried to provide her with hope that eventually things would improve.
So you listened to her concerns, and you'd agree with me that her concerns were, for example, that she actually was unable to sleep. It's one of her concerns, right?
She was having a lot of difficulty with sleep.
On the September 15th meeting, you indicate that her mood was okay, but her affect was anxious, and you called it incongruent. What does that mean?
So she said she was feeling okay. She appeared anxious, and she also stated that she was anxious.
So one of the things that you talked about Friday is when a patient presents with an incongruent something or other, I don't remember, appearance perhaps, that would mean that they're saying, I'm okay, but they don't look like they're okay, right?
Well, it could. I don't think her affect and her mood were really that incongruent at that time. I think that she didn't appear terribly depressed. I didn't say she was terribly depressed in that initial visit, but she said she was anxious and she appeared anxious. That's pretty congruent.
Okay. So did you put in the report that she was congruent or incongruent?
So that is not an option for me to indicate in that section, but
So-
it was congruent.
You're like a robot. You can't take a pen and write something down. You have to do the Dropbox and the X's on the computer.
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up
Why?
there
You're a doctor. Why are you limited?
because of the technology.
What technology? The fact that there's a form on a computer? You're trying to treat a human being who comes to you for help.
And that's what's most important. What's most important was the treatment, not what is checked off on a box.
Makes sense. So you were unable to make a note as to whether or not her affect and her mood appeared to be in conflict and that she would have been incongruent and that she had poor insight. You couldn't write that down. Is that right? Because the box doesn't let you.
Correct.
So basically, she's telling you that I'm okay. Well, actually, when she can't, do you know that she never saw, other than when she was in nursing school, would surprise you, a psychiatrist? And that was only for like a week when she got the Prozac in nursing school because she was afraid of public speaking. Did you know that?
I was aware that she did not have a significant past psychiatric history. I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were the first psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
I think it was.
And isn't that important for you as a doctor to take a history?
I did take a history.
So can you tell us, you're testifying here for the government, tell us whether or not she had any past psychiatric history other than in nursing school for me to the president.
She did not report any other past psychiatric history other than the Prozac and Wellbutrin.
So when a patient comes to see you and you're treating to help that patient, if they don't report something to you, you don't know about it apparently, right?
Well, I think it depends. There are certainly things I can assess, but if it's related to their history, I do need them to tell me.
Well, you can't assess it unless you ask, right?
Unless I ask or they volunteer it or.
Of course, we already talked about the volunteering. How about you as a doctor, when you're evaluating a patient coming to you for help, do you ask them questions?
Yes,
You didn't ask for a prior history.
I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that her prior history was what we discussed about the Prozac in the nursing school.
So basically, other than hoping to give her hope, is what you said, for the therapy. How do you give someone hope for therapy? The other doctor.
Try to encourage them and.
What did you encourage her on September 15th?
Sorry?
What did you encourage her to give her hope on September 15th?
What did I encourage her?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly the words. It was
Did you write it down in your records?
No, we don't write those, details of every.
Well, that's the
detail
therapy
set.
you're talking about, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you don't write down the therapy you give the patient in the records, right?
Well, I write something about it. I
You write it down,
mentioned
not,
that.
excuse me.
Hold on.
So yes or no?
Hold on. You let her finish the question. You listen to the question and answer just what they ask. Okay? Go ahead. You can rephrase that question.
No, I'll let her answer it.
I mentioned that I provided supportive therapy.
What is supportive therapy?
It's listening to the patient's concerns and providing emotional support and validation.
So emotional support and validation, all sounds good. Here's a young woman who was what, 20, 29, 30 years old, came to see you?
Yes,
And came to see you for help, right?
yes,
Told you she couldn't sleep and she was anxious, correct?
yes,
You know that she was postpartum, correct?
yes.
You know that as a patient who was postpartum. By the way, what is your opinion of the period of postpartum wherein one could have postpartum depression and, more importantly, postpartum psychosis? What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
So she was well within that time frame, correct?
Yes,
And you tried to provide therapy by giving her hope. And how long do you figure did that take? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it was different in each session.
So the only thing that you diagnosed Lindsay with on September 15th was GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, correct?
It was generalized anxiety disorder as well as an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
And you prescribed medications to her, right?
Yes,
And the medication that you provided to her was the sertraline, right?
yes,
And the sertraline would be Zoloft, right?
yes,
Now, this is a little chart that shows the prescriptions that Lindsay was on. And you are the yellow colors. Okay. You can see that. Do you agree with me that on September 15th, you prescribed sertraline, Zoloft, 30 count on September 15th, 25 milligrams, right?
yes.
Have you ever read the website for sertraline?
The website for sertraline?
Yeah, I mean, sertraline, Zoloft is a chemical that is marketed as a pharmaceutical, right?
Yes,
Right? It's a pill, right?
yes,
And as we said, it's an SSRI pill, correct?
yes.
Do you know that Zoloft is not indicated for generalized anxiety? Why'd you give her Zoloft?
It is a very effective medication for generalized anxiety disorder.
So you're familiar with the drug labeling for Zoloft, is that correct?
Generally,
Generally. Are you aware of what the manufacturer of Zoloft indicates it can be used for, to treat.
I'm aware that it's used to treat various forms of anxiety disorders as well as major depression.
So when Lindsay came to see you, you know that she had stopped breastfeeding her son, right?
Not at the time of the first appointment,
When did she stop breastfeeding? In October?
something around then.
You know that she had little or no psychiatric history other than seeing you, correct?
And the Prozac, yes.
You know that, in fact, that she had stopped drinking whatever it was that she was drinking, because you never asked, right?
I was not concerned about her level of drinking.
Well, it's in your form, right?
That was at the intake, but
Wait, did you know that she wasn't drinking when you were meeting with her, correct?
Yeah, that's what she told me.
Okay, and you believe what she told you, right?
Yes,
So when she sees you, she's not on any psychiatric antitropics or whatever they're called medications, correct? She wasn't on any medication.
correct.
And she had stopped drinking anything, whatever it may have been, right?
I'm not sure when she completely stopped drinking, but yes.
You don't know when she started, when she stopped, what she drank, do you?
Well, I was not concerned that she was an alcoholic.
That's a yes or no. Did you have any idea? Because we spent a long time on Friday talking about her guilt and that she drank alcohol. You don't know what she drank, when she started, when she stopped, do you?
I know some details about her alcohol use, but it was overall minimal.
What were the details then? Tell me what the details were. There was that one little box that was checked off. What other details were there?
That she drank 1 to 2 times a week, 1 to 2 servings 5 times a week.
And you don't know what it was? You have no idea, right?
I think she had mentioned at some point that it was calming. It was something that was.
It was what? I'm sorry.
Calming.
Calming. Okay, so
Calming.
it was numbing. It was like trying to numb something, I guess, right?
That's one way of saying it.
I mean, I imagine you treated veterans that had post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes,
And would you agree with me that many times when people have an anxiety disorder or PTSD, whatever the case may be, they try to numb their feelings? Is that fair?
sometimes they do.
And sometimes they use alcohol. Right?
Sometimes they do.
But we don't know what alcohol she drinking. We know if it was a beer, do we?
I didn't think that was relevant for her.
So with all of that, with that information, you then prescribed Zoloft to her, correct?
Yes,
You went over the side effects of Zoloft, sertraline, I imagine, with her, right?
yes.
Did you tell her that one of the known side effects is suicidal thoughts and actions and ideation?
Well, that's specifically in children, so I don't think I mentioned that because it
Well,
wasn't relevant.
not really. Suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation is a black box warning. Zoloft, along with other SSRIs, right?
Under
Yes or no?
for children and adults younger than Lindsay.
I apologize. Can you just listen to my question and answer it yes or no? Is there a black box warning on the Zoloft?
Yes,
And a black box warning is required or prescribed by what, the FDA?
probably.
Probably. And it basically warns that, especially with young people or young adults, that it may cause suicidal or, God forbid, homicidal ideation. Yes?
Yes,
And you're aware that, in fact, the FDA has determined that that goes up possibly to a 23, 24, 25-year-old. You know that, right?
I think 24 is
24.
what they
Yeah,
said.
I'll give you 24. It's possible, is it not, that the SSRIs that get into a person's brain affect a person that's 3 or 4 years older than the FDA cutoff with suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation? It's possible?
There's a lot of development that happens in the brain between ages like up to 24 and closer to 30. The brain is fully matured at past age 24, and so it's less vulnerable than in a younger individual.
So with 24, you're suggesting as a cutoff, are you suggesting to the jury that a drug that increases the risk of suicide in a 24-year-old patient cannot increase the risk of suicide in a 29 or a 30-year-old patient? Just a little bit.
I don't believe there's evidence that it causes that at all in individuals over 24.
So, as a psychiatrist who had the ability to issue these types of medications to patients and citizens, what research did you do on Zoloft and suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation?
I was taught extensively about SSRIs and suicidal ideation
That's
in my
back in
training.
Vermont, right?
In Vermont, in Boston, yes.
Okay, so in Vermont was when you get your medical degree, right?
Yes,
And in Boston would be when you were a resident, right?
yes,
And then you had board certification on general psychiatry, right?
yes.
You can have a certification on the subspecialty, right?
There are certain subspecialties, yes.
Right, and some of the subspecialties deal with postpartum or women that are pregnant and have babies and have psychiatric symptomology.
There's no board certification for perinatal or reproductive psychiatry.
Well, there are plenty of classes that are recognized as, for example, at Harvard Medical School, there's an annual class or symposium, if you will, for postpartum. Have you ever been to that?
No, sir.
What have you done to research or to improve your education? I understand you went to med school and that you were a resident. What programs, continuing education, symposiums have you attended since you got the ability to prescribe these medicines to people?
I have not attended a symposium.
Have you attended anything?
I have not, but I have done a lot of reading on my own, of research and guidelines about this area in psychiatry.
Did you tell Lindsay when you were going, because one of the things that you guys are always concerned about is what's called informed consent, right?
Yes.
And what is informed consent? What does that mean?
It
In a
means
medical sense, not just like out in the street or something.
explaining to a patient the risks and benefits of treatment and possible alternatives, and making sure that the patient understands what you're saying.
Now, when you were going over the symptomology or when you were going over the side effects of Zoloft, one of the side effects of Zoloft is, and I quote, severe trouble sleeping, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that?
Well, insomnia is listed as a side effect.
No. You already said yes, you know it. Did you tell her that Zoloft has a side effect of giving the patient severe trouble sleeping? That's all.
So I didn't use the word severe because it typically doesn't cause severe trouble sleeping, but I thought you were referring to when she told me that she did have severe trouble sleeping.
Well, that's what she told you, right? That she had severe trouble sleeping, right?
She told me.
Yes. And you know that one of the side effects of Zoloft is, let's say, trouble sleeping. You know that, right?
Yes.
Your answer is yes. The jury has to be able to hear you.
Yes.
And why would you prescribe Zoloft to a young woman who's postpartum, who's coming to you with anxiety, who's telling you she can't sleep, she's got all of these symptoms, and you prescribe a medication that would have a side effect of trouble sleeping?
So individuals have very varied responses to medications. Some have no side effects, some have one or two. It's impossible to predict, but Zoloft is a top choice, a first-line medication.
Says who? Says who?
says it's the general consensus.
Right, you know about the lawsuits
psychiatrists.
against Zoloft, right?
Again, you can't have both of you talking at the same time. So let her finish her answer, and then I'll give you plenty of time to follow up any questions regarding her answer. So, you finish your answer on that?
There's extensive research supporting the use of sertraline in this instance, and the general consensus among psychiatrists is that it's a first-line safe medication for individuals, including postpartum women.
How about the kids that shoot other kids in high schools and the lawsuits that come out of that against Zoloft? You ever read about them?
Overruled.
Sorry,
You get it?
I wasn't sure what the question was.
The question was, in response to your observation about how all psychiatrists think it's a very, very safe, wonderful first, and you researched it. How about the kids that kill other kids in schools with the lawsuits that arise out of the use of SSRIs? Have you ever researched that?
I don't know much about that.
You know about the SSRIs and messing with someone's brain, they go out, they shoot people for no reason, right?
I'm not aware that that's linked to SSRIs.
So you didn't really talk to her about increased risk of suicide, and 24-year-olds are down because she's 4 or 5 years older than that. You didn't talk to her about the trouble sleeping that can be a side effect, but she describes that there's other drugs that you could have given her that would be perfectly safe and calming and allow someone with no psychiatric history to sleep better, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you prescribed her with the Zoloft. It was 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And when you prescribed her with the Zoloft, 25 milligrams, was that increased up to 0.05 milligrams, or did you increase it at some point?
The instructions were to increase it to 50 after 1 week.
After 1 week.
Yes.
And you expected that she would listen to your instructions, right?
Yes.
And she did, right?
She waited about a month, but then yes, she did.
Why did she wait a month?
I think it took her some time to decide whether that was truly what she wanted to do.
Right, she was afraid of the drugs, wasn't she?
She was afraid of side effects.
And she didn't want to take the pills, did she?
She eventually did want to take the pills because she wanted to feel better.
A month later, right?
Yes.
So you prescribe the Zoloft, SSRI, and then you tell her after a week to increase it, and she doesn't take that medication for a month, correct?
Correct.
And then she did take the medication, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with her or talk to her before she actually started to implement that particular regimen?
I had met with her beforehand, but I was not aware of when she made the decision to go ahead and take it.
So you met her on the 15th of September, right?
Yes.
When was the next time you met her?
Can I check?
Sure, of course, absolutely. You can look at anything you want.
September 28th.
And on September 28th, did you discuss with her the fact that she was afraid to take the Zoloft?
Yes.
And did you recommend that she do that?
Well, she said that she was feeling better at that point, and
It's a real easy question. When you talked with her, did you recommend that she increase or take the Zoloft?
At that visit, I don't think that I did.
Okay. So when did she actually take the Zoloft?
She told me in her October 20th visit that she had taken it 1 week prior.
And she told you that when she increased it in accordance with your instructions, she went off the rails, right?
I don't think she used those words, but she had.
What words did she use for you as her doctor?
She felt awful.
Awful. Why did she feel awful? Did she have a stomach ache? Did she have a headache? Why did she feel awful?
She did have some stomach aches. She had some diarrhea and had a difficult time eating. She also had increased anxiety. She had some more depressed feelings. She had more difficulty sleeping.
And what was your advice to her as her doctor on the 28th of October, after she told you about the effect that Zoloft had on her?
I told her to stop it, stop the medication.
Okay. Now, Zoloft being an SSRI, and a patient that is taking the Zoloft, and 0.05, we spent Friday afternoon going over the drugs, and 0.05 milligrams is the lowest dose and all that. That's the dose that is prescribed to people invariably, correct?
It goes up to 200, but that is a starting dose.
For pretty much all of you psychiatrists would agree with that, right? 0.05, right?
50.
50, okay. And you then told her to stop?
Yes.
What does it mean to titrate something?
To slowly increase the amount.
What do you tell patients when they're on an SSRI as to weaning them off the SSRIs?
Depends what the dose is. If it's a high dose, you need to slowly decrease the dose, so kind of the opposite of titration. But if it's a low dose to begin with, you can stop it.
Are you supposed to tell a person that's on an SSRI to stop immediately or to slowly withdraw from it?
At 50 milligrams, it is perfectly fine to stop it immediately.
So you didn't have any concerns at all about telling her to immediately stop taking the Zoloft? And what did you do, put her on another drug?
Not immediately.
Okay. So did she relate to you on that October 28th meeting that you had? Was it the 28th or the 26th?
I met with her the 21st and then the 26th.
Okay. Now, on the 26th of October, what did she tell you her condition was?
So she was feeling back to how she was before the Zoloft, which is not great still, and that she was considering a new medication.
So she was considering it. Did she do research on medication as to what medication she wanted to take? Is that what you're telling this jury?
She didn't specify exactly what medication she wanted to take, but that she wanted to try something else because she was still having significant anxiety.
So when you say she wanted to try something else, I'm just asking, did you tell her what you recommended she try, or is that something that she decided she'd do on her own?
No, I gave her my recommendation.
Okay. The only reason why I ask that is that, you know, a lot of times people might think that she's a psychopharmacologist, that she's a heart surgeon, that she's a vascular surgeon, that she knows everything about medicine. That's not true, is it?
No.
Would you agree with me that prior to telling her to stop the Zoloft, that one of the concerns that you had is that Zoloft affects anxiety and affects sleep, and you hope that it treats the underlying anxiety by balancing brain chemistry and increasing serotonin, right?
Yes.
Is that fair? And you'd agree with me that it does, as a side effect, have an impact on a person's falling asleep or staying asleep as a common side effect, right?
It can happen. It doesn't happen to everyone, but it certainly happens to some. But it is temporary. That's the important distinction. Is that there are many side effects that disappear entirely, and then the medicine is quite helpful for those certain conditions.
That's it.
Yes.
She had problems sleeping, didn't she?
Yes.
Even after the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
So you, not her, you recommended a particular drug that she should take, right?
Yes.
And again, as it relates to what one would expect, a young woman who's a labor and delivery nurse to know about psychiatric medication. What is methagene? Do you know?
I'm sorry?
Methagene.
I'm not sure.
How about hermababate? B-A-T-E. H-E-R-M-A-B-A-T-E. How about that? You ever heard of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
That's what's used to administer to a woman who's going through birth. You don't have an obligation to know that, do you?
No.
You have an obligation to know about psychiatric medications, though, right?
Yes.
There's a difference between what's known as nescience, which is not knowing what you have no duty to know, and ignorance, which is you don't know what you should know. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, did you ever gauge Lindsay's knowledge or ability to judge what medication would be good for her?
So that was my role.
Right.
I didn't expect her to know significantly the details about different psychiatric medications.
Is it important to know that a woman that's coming to you because of postpartum issues, shall we say, had prior problems in prior deliveries?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're on the front line of healthcare for pregnant women when someone comes to see you, either pregnant or after having a baby, right?
They're usually referred by a therapist or an OB, but yes.
Okay. So being on the front line and dealing with these people, and you advertise that you deal with pregnant people before they got babies, right?
Yes.
And after, correct?
Yes.
Did she have any prior issues with her prior babies?
I knew that she had some anxiety symptoms with her prior, after her second child was born.
And that would be Dawson?
Yes.
And when she saw you after having Callan, how old was Dawson, if you know?
A few years old, maybe 2 or 3.
Did she tell you what the side effects were after she had Dawson?
She did. I did not list them because.
Excuse me, that means you didn't write them down?
Yes.
So what is it, your memory that we'll go by that, right?
Sorry?
We'll go by your memory?
Go by my memory about what? I don't recall exactly which side effects she said, but I recall that they were some of the very common ones, the ones that are temporary.
Wait, hold on. You're telling this jury that you don't recall what the side effects were that she told you, but your memory is like they were general, common? Is that what you said?
Yes, because if they were anything else, I would have documented it.
Well, how about she took Zoloft? Did she take Zoloft, SSRI, after having Dawson?
I think she took it for about a week.
You think, or she did?
She did.
So isn't that something that would be indicative of the fact that there was some psychiatric issues after she had her second child?
Yes, but she did not describe them as being severe.
Well, as a psychiatrist, can you ask her whether or not they're severe, or do you just wait for them to tell you?
Based on her description, they did not sound severe.
Tell me about bipolar. What's bipolar?
Bipolar is a mood disorder that has both depressive episodes as well as episodes of mania.
And is it your understanding that if a person has a difficult birth and in fact has some psychiatric attributes as a result of that difficult birth, that you should not prescribe SSRIs to that person because they could be bipolar?
having a difficult birth does not, it's not a contraindication to an SSRI.
So after she had her second child, she took Zoloft, and you did not detail any side effects, and you don't remember any side effects. Do you agree that Lindsay had, at this point, a history of mental problems during postpartum?
She had a history of anxiety postpartum.
Anxiety to the point that she was prescribed an SSRI?
Yes,
And she also had mental problems when she came to see you, right?
yes,
So she had mental problems after she had the second child, mental problems after she had the third child, correct?
yes.
And you'd agree with me that this is not easy stuff for somebody to be talking about. People get embarrassed in our society if they have mental problems, don't they?
Some do.
She did, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
So, not documenting any of the side effects, did you think it would be important to document the side effects of the drug before you prescribed Zoloft a second time? She's telling you that she had, you don't know, but she had side effects with Zoloft. Was it important for you to document the second time that you're giving her Zoloft?
I did not feel that it was necessary to document the specific side effects.
So if someone comes to you as a person who is in postpartum and is all the symptomology that she had related to you, that if she told you that she was on Zoloft after her second child and had side effects, you don't think it's important to document the side effects, number one, right?
It depends what the side effects are.
Which we don't know because you didn't write them down, you don't remember it.
I would have written them down.
No, not what you would have done, what did you do?
No, go ahead.
I would have written them down.
What did you do?
I wrote that she had side effects.
What are they?
I'm not sure.
And then you prescribed Zoloft again, didn't you, in 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall in the period of September of 22, October of 22 into November of 22, that she used the word overwhelmed, told you that she was overwhelmed. Is that correct?
sorry, which visit are we looking at?
Well, the period of time, September, October, November, did she use the terminology that she was overwhelmed?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were treating her, you didn't think that she was just merely overwhelmed with 3 children. You knew she was really struggling, didn't you?
I did.
And it was at that point that you just diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition and you prescribed psychiatric meds. Isn't that right?
I prescribed psychiatric medications, yes.
So when you prescribed the Zoloft and told her to increase it, she told you that she was having all these difficulties. You told her to stop. Did you give her therapy when you saw her?
Yes,
What did you do?
I think that I
Not what
provided
you, again, I
reassurance.
apologize, but not what you think. I want to know what you did. That's why you write stuff down. So take your time and look at your notes. What did you do with this young woman for therapy?
On which day?
On what?
Which day are we talking about
When
specifically?
she came to you and told you that she was overwhelmed and you diagnosed her with a mental illness and prescribed a psychiatric condition for psychiatric meds, what therapy did you give her? Because you told us that when you're on the television, you still give them therapy too, right?
I do.
What did you do?
Well, I'm having trouble identifying exactly when she said the words overwhelmed.
Okay.
So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what I said in a span of, a number of different visits.
Did you indicate that there's information on the website that if a person has an emergency that they should do something?
I did, and I advised her the same.
So basically, if one of your patients becomes suicidal, and on that note, did she tell you at that point, up to November of 22, that she was dwelling on suicidal thoughts?
It was a while before she mentioned anything about suicidal thoughts.
Tell us when.
I might need to look through the records
right
to see
ahead.
when she first did. December 1st.
So on December 1st, what did she tell you?
That she denied feeling suicidal, but that she was close to feeling suicidal.
It's kind of like being a fisherman out in the ocean who's worried about the possibility of a storm and is thinking about the storm and is dwelling on the storm, almost in fear of the storm, right?
No.
Isn't it?
I guess.
So when she tells you that she's, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did she say? She's having suicidal thoughts, or what did she say? All close to it?
She denied having suicidal thoughts, but felt that she was getting close to it.
Okay. So she was dwelling on it or thinking about it, right? Is that fair?
She was fearful of eventually having those kinds of thoughts.
To kill herself.
Yes.
And how frequently were the thoughts?
I'm not sure exactly how frequent they were.
Did you ask her?
It's
Sorry?
very likely that I did ask her the frequency.
Wouldn't that be in your medical records? When you see some patients, you have some patients other than Lindsay Clancy at that point, right?
Yes.
And you document when a patient, my God, when a patient comes in and tells you that she's in postpartum distress and she's close to having suicide thoughts to kill herself, that's important, isn't it?
It's important that I am aware that she's having these thoughts,
What thoughts?
that she is fearful she could become suicidal.
And she told you, and I imagine, or you asked, how frequently these thoughts were.
I don't have it documented how frequently they were, but that is a question that I usually ask when we're talking about suicidal
So when we're
thoughts.
usually testifying in a murder case, we usually have facts that we can tell the jury, not speculation.
Sustained.
Did she tell you, or did you ask about suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What did she tell you? If you don't know, tell us.
No, I know, sorry, but it's what I said before, that she denied having them and she wasn't having them, we were meeting, but she felt close to it, close to having those thoughts.
Okay. So would you agree with me that many times patients, especially psychiatric patients, may minimize their symptomology?
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman has just had a child and has other little kids at home, they're worried about the government taking kids away from them because you're a mandated reporter, aren't you? You're a mandated reporter, right?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm close to it, and homicidal thoughts, you'd report that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. I think it really depends on the context, but having suicidal thoughts alone is not a reportable condition.
All right, so basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Oh, okay. So as a result of that, you then gave her therapy, I imagine, right? Through the television.
Yes,
And what therapy did you give her in November of 22?
I gave her supportive psychotherapy.
And what does that mean? It sounds great. What do you do?
It's listening to the patient and providing.
Sorry, listening to the patient, like when they say they're having.
Oh, hold on. Sustain. Next question.
So-
You can finish the answer.
Next question.
Thank you, Judge. Listening to the patient. That would be when, for example, one of your patients tells you after all the treatment that you had provided prior to that, all the symptomology that she had, insomnia, anxiety, all of that she's close to having suicidal thoughts. That would, I imagine, impacted you.
Yes.
So what did you do with this psychotherapy?
So I provided emotional support and validation
What
and
does that mean? Validation?
encouragement.
What does that mean?
Something like, I understand this is a very difficult time. It really, it varies on the individual.
Sure, how about Lindsay?
I don't remember the exact therapeutic words that I used.
Okay. How long did you give the therapy? Validation and all that stuff?
I don't remember exactly the duration.
About 10 minutes?
Maybe
Through the television, right?
through the computer.
So, as we pointed out, you tell the people that come to see you, when I say you, I mean collectively Astor Medical, that you would expect that if a person is in crisis, as you guys say, or is suicidal, that they would have to go to a computer or their cell phone, right? They would have to punch in your office, right? Pick up the number?
We advise them to call 911 or go to the emergency room as quickly as possible.
How about suicide hotlines? Do you give them advice to call them?
That's an option as well, yes.
Sure. Did she call suicide hotlines?
I was not aware that she did.
Did you ever ask her?
I don't think I specifically asked that
How about
question.
non-specifically? Did you ask her anything? Did you beat around the bush maybe? You asked her anything about suicide hotlines?
I don't think I asked her about suicide hotlines.
Would it surprise you to know that she called suicide hotline in that time frame, not once, but twice, and was turned away? You guys were in the front line of this, aren't you?
No, overall.
It does surprise me, yes.
It does what?
It surprises me that she called them twice.
And you never asked her if she had ever called a suicide hotline, did you?
I don't think that I did.
Yeah, I understand. You're a doctor. You were trying to do the right thing. You obviously, this is just horrible, isn't it?
Yes,
She continued on with her treatment with you, correct?
yes.
What was the next medication that you put her on? Let's say we're up to, I guess it would be the October 26th date. Is that right? Is that when you prescribed Ativan?
I prescribed that on the 21st.
Sorry?
I prescribed the Ativan on the 21st.
All right. Did you prescribe anything on the October 26th appointment?
Yes,
And what was that?
buspirone.
Buspirone. And would you agree with me is that also Vanspar?
Buspar or buspirone are the common names for it.
Okay. You ever heard of Vanspar? V-A-N, V as in Victor, A-N-S-P-A-R. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of buspirone?
Every medication has side effects, but
Okay, so my question is pretty simple. Buspirone, you mentioned it. I'm asking, any side effects?
yes,
What are the side effects?
they could be tiredness or dizziness or rarely some upset stomach, but it's generally a very, very well tolerated mild medicine.
And do you recall, was she taking any other medication at that point, if you know?
Yeah, she was taking some of the Ativan.
Some Ativan, right? Did you prescribe that to her?
Yes,
When did you prescribe the Ativan to her?
the 21st.
And she was compliant with your recommendations, right?
Yes,
Was she also reporting to you that she was taking Benadryl, like over-the-counter stuff?
it was being used as needed. Yes,
So that's PRN, on the records, PRN or whatever, you take it as required, right?
yes.
And she reported to you that she was taking Benadryl, right?
She reported that. Yes,
And you didn't document how much she was taking, right?
it's only available as one dose over the counter.
Okay. Did she re-up the dose over the counter? Do you know?
She didn't tell me that she did.
Did you ask her?
I don't remember asking her about if she increased it. I think she was just taking one of them.
You think? Did you know that Ativan and Benadryl are contraindicated, that they can have a serious impact to the central nervous system and depressant effects?
Yes, but can I explain that when they say depressant?
Excuse me. The answer is yes, right? Is the answer yes?
Yeah, if the answer is yes, if that's the question, the Commonwealth may be able to ask you further questions if you'd
Okay.
like.
Well, I can't say yes to that entire statement.
All right. Next
Did
question.
you discuss anything about Benadryl combined with Ativan on October 26th?
I don't recall.
On October 26th, was she still worried about suicidal thoughts?
She denied that.
And on October 26th, how did she deny that? Do you have that noted in your record?
I do.
And what does it say?
Patient denies suicidal ideation.
Okay. So there's a huge difference between suicidal ideation and somebody having thoughts of suicide or being close to it, right?
Not exactly.
Well, you knew that the last time you spoke to the woman, she told you that she was close to having thoughts of killing herself, right?
Yes.
And you're her doctor, right?
Yes.
So what do? You just say, do you have, and check the box and say, do you have any suicidal ideation? And she says no, and you check the box?
No, it's not that simple.
Do you ask her, like, well, gee, the last time I spoke to you, you told me that you were close to having suicidal thoughts of killing yourself. Did you pursue that on the 26th of October?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That she wasn't.
Now, how long was that appointment, if you recall? Would you agree it was 17 minutes and then there was some therapy?
The entire appointment was something between 25 and 30 minutes.
And that was again through the television, right?
The computer, yes.
Computer. Did you also add a drug called hydroxyzine?
Yes.
When was that?
So that was the same visit as an alternative to the Benadryl.
Okay, so on October 26th, when she told you that she was taking over-the-counter Benadryl, I asked you what you prescribed to her, and you said Ativan, right? Right?
Yes.
And then I asked you about the contraindication of Ativan and Benadryl, right?
You asked me about that. Yes.
And then you, on October 26th, started her on Buspar, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Buspar? Is that for anxiety?
Yes.
And what kind of drug is Buspar?
It doesn't really fall into a class, but it does act on serotonin.
So it's another similar to an SSRI, right?
It's kind of like a more mild version of an SSRI.
Okay. So she's on Benadryl over the counter, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, Buspar, which is an SSRI, and then you prescribe hydroxyzine on the same day, right?
They weren't all to be taken at the same time.
What's hydroxyzine?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine.
Okay. Is that over the counter or is that, can you just buy that over the counter? Or do you have to go to the back where the pharmacist is?
You have to go to the pharmacist.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, she was taking the medications as she was required, right?
That's what I was told.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Did you, by her?
Yes.
And did you at any time tell her that she should keep a diary of her medications and keep a diary of any side effects that she has?
I didn't instruct her to do that.
You don't have to instruct somebody to do anything, but did you recommend it? Like say, hey, if you're on all these meds, if you're having an effect, you should write it down. When, time, date, anything like that?
I didn't tell her to do that.
Would that be helpful?
Maybe, but usually we go through all of that in the appointments and we met very frequently.
Now, you'd agree with me that at this point, prior to the next appointment, which was November 2nd, she had gotten significantly worse, even after all this medication that you had been prescribing, right? Did you make a note that she was telling you that she had depression and that she was crying, had more anxiety, insomnia had increased, brain fog, and worrying about suicide?
In the couple weeks after starting those medicines, I don't recall that the symptoms were significantly exacerbated.
Okay. Friday afternoon, you answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay. What is brain fog?
It's it's a very subjective feeling that someone might have where maybe it's, hard to think of a word that you're trying to think of, or maybe it feels like, maybe you're thinking of things a little bit more slowly than you normally would.
And how often was she dwelling on suicide?
At what point?
At the point she told you that she had anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, crying inconsolably.
Objection, if we can have a date.
I think he's going to get to that. Go ahead.
October 26th, heading into November 2nd. Do you recall, I'll rephrase it, do you recall going into the November month, meeting with her, and she told you that she had brain fog?
It was mentioned at some point. I
Okay.
don't see that on the 26th specifically.
All right, so let's talk about brain fog. Did you ask her what that meant? Because when you say subjective, that means that's her interpretation. That's in her head. She's telling you, right?
Yes.
As opposed to objective, which would be what people in general would think, right?
Yes.
So when she's telling you, in addition to the anxiety, in addition to the crying, in addition to the stress that she was undergoing, she was worrying about suicide, she talked about brain fog. So you must have asked her, what does that mean? Subjectively, what does that mean?
Subjectively means in the patient's, own opinion. That's what their experience is.
Okay, so she's the one that's inside her head, right?
Yes.
So what were the symptoms? What is it? When a patient tells you that they have brain fog, is that something you would consider as being a potential side effect of the medications that you would put her on?
It depends.
On what?
I mean, sometimes it could be, and sometimes it could be unrelated. It's a symptom of depression as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell what it's attributed to.
So at this point, heading into November, your answer was to prescribe more medication, 3 more drugs, right? You prescribed Ativan, or increased the Ativan. What was her load for Ativan at this point? Do you remember?
Sorry?
What was her milligrams, if that's right, or nanograms, whatever it is, on the Ativan, on the script that you had provided her?
Objection, if we could just have a date.
I think you said, if you can answer that, go ahead.
Which date are we referring to for the Ativan? Because there were I'm sorry.
She already objected. He already said you can answer it. When did you increase her Ativan and to what level?
So she was prescribed Ativan 0.5 milligrams.
Right.
And then when I next saw her, she said it was a little bit helpful. So I said you could increase it and see if 1 milligram is more helpful.
Did she increase it?
Yes.
And when was the next time you saw her to talk to her on the television or on the computer?
Well, I saw her on the 26th, and then I saw her on the 31st. I'm sorry.
How was she on the 31st? Halloween.
Sorry.
How was she?
That's not my note. That's her therapy note.
Okay. So how about this November 2nd? Was that the next time you saw her?
I saw her on November 2nd.
And she told you that she was hesitant to use the medications, the Buspar and the hydroxyzine, right?
She said she was hesitant to try the Buspar.
She was scared of the drug. She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drugs and told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the Buspar.
Did you advise her or counsel her or give her therapy about that? Validations?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
Well, I advised her of, the risks.
What were the risks?
Well, the risks of medicine, like we had said, sedation or dizziness.
Okay. How about interfering with sleep?
Buspar doesn't usually interfere with sleep.
Not usually. Did you ask her about any thoughts of suicide or being close to having thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she had any thoughts of suicide at all?
Not at that date.
Did she use those words, or is that a box that you checked off?
I don't remember her exact words, but we talked about suicide or, thoughts of hurting yourself.
Right. And there's a distinction between, in your records and the notation, between suicidal ideation and I quote, worrying about, thinking about suicide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what did she mean when she told you, as her doctor, that she was worrying about, thinking about suicide?
You mean in the prior appointment?
I'm talking about a woman that's sitting in front of you on your television or your computer telling you that she was worried about thinking about suicide.
Well, on the second, she didn't say that.
Okay. When was the next time that she told you that she was worried about or thinking about or suicidal ideation?
That was the December 1st visit.
Okay. So go back to the November 2nd visit. Would you agree with me that she, after you talked with her for that period, however long it was, that you then brought up 4 medications to her, recommending that they might be safer, and I quote, safer alternatives. Would you agree with that?
I see the word alternatives, not
Okay.
safer alternatives.
Do you remember talking to her about Remeron?
Yes.
Did you recommend that she take Remeron?
No.
Did you ever prescribe Remeron?
No.
And is that mirtazapine, as far as its generic name?
Yes.
And Remeron is an antidepressant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you did not feel that that would be an appropriate medication for her to take at that time?
It was a very reasonable option, but we didn't decide to start it.
So is this a collaboration? In other words, you and the patient, you would both make a decision as to when to start a drug? Or is it your decision and advice to the patient?
Well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd appointment, right?
Yes.
And it was at that time that she told you that she had been to see South Shore Perinatal Clinic, right?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was seeing someone from the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I think she told me that it was because they were exclusively focused on treating perinatal conditions.
Yeah, but so were you, right?
Not exclusively. I'm a general
I
psychiatrist.
see. And did she mention the name of any doctor or nurse practitioner that she was seeing at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
Who'd she mention?
I think she said something about Julie.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And a woman by the name of Nurse Gelada?
I heard her name a little bit later, but
Okay.
yes.
Did she advise that, in fact, by script, she was using Ativan and Benadryl, and you told her to taper off the Ativan at that appointment, right? Had she tapered off the Ativan?
I think I had told her I gave her a prescribed taper prior to that appointment.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You gave her a prescribed taper?
So I told her that she should reduce her dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until the medication was stopped.
Did she do that?
I don't believe that she completely stopped it, no.
No? You don't believe, or she didn't?
Well,
Trying to give the jury facts.
Yeah, she said she was taking Ativan, so no, she didn't completely stop it.
Had she tapered?
I'm not sure how much she had reduced the dose because I wasn't prescribing it again.
Right. So did you know that she had been, or had she been, to any emergency wards between that period of time that you last saw her and when you were seeing her on this meeting?
I know she went to the ER, but I think it was after that.
Okay, which ER did she go to? Do you know?
I think she went to Mass General.
Do you know why she went to the ER?
Because of depression.
So was she treated at the ER? Did they make any, to your knowledge, as her doctor, make any recommendations?
I'm not sure what they told her, but they ultimately
Go ahead.
Discharged her. They didn't admit her.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. Was she put on any medication?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records
None.
because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Objection.
She's visiting with you as a patient and you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA form?
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records.
Yes.
But you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know? She's got mental disease and she's seeing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days. She provided a lot of incredibly detailed information. So it showed me she was capable of doing that.
So when you talked to her husband, Pat, how many times did you talk to her husband, Pat?
I think
The guy was living with her.
I think it was once.
And he came to your office, right? No, he didn't. He got on the television or on the computer screen, right?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was the December 16th visit.
So let's,
Reddington, why don't, before we get to that,
Okay.
it's probably a good spot to stop. We're going to take the morning recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. This way, please.
Exit outside, chiefs. One back in, one back. is now in session. Please be seated.
You all set for the jury?
Yes.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you. Mr. Reddington.
If you would just please look at your medical records that you have in front of you, I believe, and just go back to the October 20th record, where you have, I believe it's called interval history.
I had trouble hearing the date. Can you repeat that?
Sure, October 20th? Sorry.
Okay.
So looking at the interview history, that's when you decided to start Zoloft. It says a week ago, right?
That's when the patient started it, yes.
Okay. And she then increased the dose, and it says last night, right?
Yes.
And what was she telling you on the computer screen when you were talking to her? What did she say about increasing the dose of the Zoloft?
That she felt awful. She couldn't sleep. Had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
So you gave her some therapy, did you?
I gave her some therapy in conjunction with discussing all of her symptoms and assessing her and managing the medication.
Okay, and again, I apologize. You have to keep your voice up so people can hear you way down here. So when you say you were talking about the symptoms, and what did you do? Just talk about the same thing that we had just gone over, the symptoms?
There were a number of them to discuss in more detail. That's the summary of them.
Okay. So did she discuss it in detail?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her symptomology at this point on October 20th was so bad that she had to have her mother come and stay with her?
Her mom was coming to provide support, yes.
She wasn't coming to provide support. She was coming to stay with them, to live with them, wasn't she?
Yes, I don't know for how long, but yes.
Did you bother to ask her? Why is her mother having to stay with them?
Because she needed some help.
Do you know how long her mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you decided that you'd stop the Zoloft and you would monitor closely, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, you'd monitor closely?
Well, I saw her the next day, so that's monitoring, an example of
Okay.
monitoring closely.
So this would be on October 21st that you saw her the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 20th, you made reference to the fact that you also recommended that she try fish oil and things of that nature, natural remedies.
Yes.
You also wanted to look into what's called Zulresso, Zulesso.
Yes,
What's Zulresso?
it is a treatment for postpartum depression.
And when you say that you were looking into it, what did you do? Did you find out if it was available and if she could participate in the program?
I did some digging online to see where it is done and how to do it. I hadn't officially recommended it, so I had not started that for her. It's not really an easy medicine that I can just start
It's not
because
what? I'm sorry.
sorry, it's not a medication I can start on my own. It is it's infused through an IV in a hospital, so it's a bit difficult to coordinate.
It's a 60-hour infusion, right?
It's a long infusion. That sounds right.
And it's about 2.5 days of infusion, and it has to be under hospital circumstance, and the only hospital around here is in Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And did you ever recommend that she do that?
It was something to consider. I couldn't make the official recommendation because that's not something I prescribe.
Why?
Because you can't pick that up at the pharmacy.
Well, no, obviously you have to go to a hospital setting and basically have an infusion through your veins for 60 hours or 2.5 days, but why didn't you look into it or recommend that she do that?
Well, I did look into it.
So what happened?
She ended up actually going to a partial hospitalization program at the hospital that does it. I don't believe the program was completed, but she went. And I advised her to discuss it with them because they have access to that medicine. I don't have access to it.
Of course not. Is this Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island that you're talking about?
Yes.
So when you looked at the medical records for Women and Infants Hospital, did they make reference to your inquiry for Zulresso?
I never received records from Women and Infants.
Did you ever look at them or even online?
Online?
Yeah, like online, like you do when you talk to patients.
No, I never had access to them.
Why?
Like, it's similar to South Shore. It's a completely separate hospital that I don't have access to. I don't work there.
Well, of course you don't work there, but you're a doctor and you're treating a patient who's got medical records that you could access through a HIPAA release, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, she didn't ultimately end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary.
She didn't end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary. You can't just walk into that place and say, hey, I'd like some Zulresso, can you?
I don't exactly know how it works.
And then again, on that date, which would be October 20, when the jurors are looking at the records, you checked off the boxes again on objective findings, mental status exam, appearance, speech, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 minute, Judge, jurors. So when she was telling you on that date that she was in quoting your records, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts and something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone, what did she mean by that?
Well, those were a lot of her words.
Right, isn't that a concern? If your patient is telling you she doesn't want to be alone, why didn't she want to be alone?
Because she was very anxious and had the feeling like something bad might happen.
Okay. Did her mother ultimately and dad come to stay with them?
Yes.
How long did they stay with them?
I don't know.
Deb, when you talked to the mother and the father, did you say to them, what is she doing? How does she appear? Is she in bed all day? What did they tell you?
They never called my office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So that's their fault, that they didn't call you, the doctor, I guess, right?
Sustained. Next question.
So, do you think maybe it would be reasonable if you're the doctor and you're investigating your patient's symptomology that you might, when you know that the parents are staying with her, that you would make a phone call yourself?
It's not typical when you have an adult who is able to advocate for themselves to speak with their parents.
So while she is telling you about her symptomology and tearfulness and crying and unable to get up and anxiety and the medications and the mental illness that she had, you felt that she could advocate for herself?
Yes,
Okay, on the television, on the computer.
yes,
The next time you saw her was on October 26th, is that correct? And you can pull up your record.
yes,
Now, and if you look again at the interval history where you put down what's going on in the patient's life that time, this is when she indicated that she's back to where she felt that she was before Zoloft, which was not great, and that you guys were considering a new medication. Is that right?
yes,
And then you started her on Ativan, as we talked about, right?
yes.
And then you started her on the buspirone, right?
Well, she had already been started on the Ativan, and then we added the buspirone.
So my question was, you started her on buspirone, right?
Yes,
Okay. And also you added hydroxyline as needed, right?
yes,
And you continued the Ativan, correct?
yes,
Did you discuss side effects with her at that point?
yes,
Did you also discuss starting Remeron or pregabalin?
yes.
What did you tell her about Remeron and pregabalin?
I don't think I went into any detail about those medicines, just that those might be things to consider in the future.
And then you saw her on October 31st, right?
That was her, I think that was just a therapy appointment with a different provider.
Would that be Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So it's a different provider in the sense that she works for ASCA, right?
Well, yes, it just wasn't myself.
Right. So on October 31st, they did a suicide assessment, or she did, right, McAllister?
I wasn't there.
Well, I know you weren't there, but these are medical records that have been introduced into evidence that the jury's going to have in the jury room.
Objection, is that a question?
No, good. Next question.
McAllister did a suicide assessment apparently, right?
I'm sure she assessed
No,
for
look at
suicide.
the record, please,
Where do you see it? Sorry.
where it says suicide assessment. There's only 4 pages for October 31st.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there would be 8 because it's 2 sides.
So that is the assessment that you go through. If somebody reports any thoughts of suicide, then you ask those questions, which go into a lot more detail about them.
So here you have a patient who's already reported to you as a psychiatrist that she's got suicidal ideation, worried about suicide, worried about killing herself days before October 31st, and a suicide assessment was done by McAllister, right?
I wasn't there. You would have to ask her.
Well, maybe I will, if she
Okay.
comes in.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me what the record shows? Did they do a suicide assessment? Did she check off the little boxes?
I'm looking for that section. It says that patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation at this time.
Okay, so again, this is on October 31st, right?
Yes.
The patient, within a period of a couple of days and meetings with you, that McAllister has access to because the records are within your business, right?
It's not my business, but yes.
Has reported suicidal ideation and fear and dwelling about killing herself and afraid of those thoughts, right?
I just want to be absolutely clear. So yes, you know, a little
Yes, the
while
answer is
earlier,
yes.
she had voiced those concerns.
Right. So as a result of voicing those concerns, is it your understanding that McAllister did not do any of the suicide assessment questions because Lindsay reported that she wasn't suicidal?
It appears that she asked about suicidality.
Right, you already told us that. I'm asking you about, excuse me.
Hold on. Ask the next question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not asking you, you've told us 3 times now that she said she was not suicidal when she spoke to McAllister. I'm asking you about the suicide assessment for the 3rd time. You see it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, did Lindsay answer any of the questions that were asked over the 2 pages, possibly 3, of the suicide assessment? Yeah, 3, done by McAllister.
I don't see anything written here.
So was there a suicide assessment?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know what the
And
conversation
you don't know from
was.
looking at the records, right?
From looking at the records, I don't see evidence of additional suicidal questions beyond asking if it was there or not.
So, the suicidal assessment, doctor, is in the medical records. It consumes almost 4 pages, does it not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the questions, like asking, have you felt life is not worth living? Is death something you thought about recently? Are you dwelling on that? What leads up to the thoughts? What are the thoughts? All those questions, right? For 4 pages, right?
Yes.
And there is not one notation indicating that that test was ever administered to her on October 31st, correct?
Correct. But it looks like it was asked in other ways.
Yeah, okay. November 2nd. Oh, it was asked in other ways? Is that what the little checkbox where it says denies suicidal ideation?
Can I read something that she
You
wrote?
have
down?
indicated repeatedly that she denied suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The suicidal assessment was not administered, according to the record that's in front of you, by McAllister, yes?
The additional suicidal assessment, yes.
November 2nd. Oh, by the way, as a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, you have the ability to prescribe medication, obviously, right?
Yes.
And that's what we talked about, the DEA number and all of that, correct, which you had for about a month, other than when you were a resident, right?
Yes.
So you're prescribing these SSRIs and antipsychotics and antitropics or whatever they are. And it's important as to the metabolism of your patient with those drugs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, keep your voice up. What does metabolism mean?
The body breaking down the medication.
So how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
It's not done for that.
It's not done for that, meaning a blood test is not done to determine the metabolism of your patient, of your medications?
Are you referring to genetic testing?
No, I'm asking about the metabolism. I'm not talking about genetics. I'm talking about the metabolism of the SSRIs in her body.
Okay.
You can tell that metabolism rate through blood testing, right?
Not in the way that you're describing.
Okay, what way would it be?
There is genetic testing that can give information about metabolism.
Like what?
It can talk about different enzymes that a person might have to suggest it provides information about the enzymes that a person might have the genes for.
Okay, so it provides the enzymes that a person might have the genes for. Forgive me, I'm having difficulty with that. What does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No,
Did you guys do the enzyme test?
they are not typically done.
Why?
Because, again, it's genetics.
Does
and
insurance cover it?
Actually, just in the middle of answering.
Good. You finish that answer, and I'll allow follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
So it's not as simple as testing for an enzyme or not. You can test someone's genome, like we have the ability to test the entire human genome now, but which is great, but the clinical use of that is not there yet. So while we can test these things, it does not yield meaningful clinical information, so it's not commonly done.
What is the Cytopro P4-50 system?
That's one of the enzymes that I'm talking about.
So the Cytopro P450 system talks about and tests for the breakdown of psychiatric meds in the blood, right?
It's not in the way that you're describing. It doesn't
All
tell
I'm
you what
describing it is that
medicines.
it's a test.
Again, one at a time. Finish the answer, and then you can ask follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
It just, yes, this is a test that is done, but it doesn't tell you what medications a patient will do better on. It's not useful in that way.
So what's it useful for?
I mean, I don't find it terribly useful.
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field?
I'm sorry?
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field, psychiatry?
Well, it's an enzyme in the body.
Well, I know what it is. I'm asking you about the system, the testing. How long have they been using that?
The genetic testing, maybe a
whatever
few
it is.
years. It's very new,
Very new. Does insurance cover it?
sometimes.
Sometimes. So it is nevertheless a legitimate test to determine the breakdown of psychiatric meds in a patient's blood, correct?
It exists, yes.
It exists. Well, it exists, but you didn't use it, right?
It would not have made a difference
In what? In your opinion?
in her treatment.
Because you go by the checks in the checkbox and what she self-reports, right?
No, not just the checks in the checkbox.
Oh. In any event, tell me about the thyroid.
The
Tell me about
thyroid,
the thyroid.
it's an organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
And what, if any, import and impact do thyroid levels have on your evaluation of a woman who is in the throes of postpartum depression?
They don't.
What is the purpose of a test to determine the thyroid levels?
Well, you can test something like the TSH.
Well, I don't know what a TSH is, I'm sorry. What is a TSH?
Thyroid stimulating hormone.
Okay, thank you.
That's that's something that can be tested, typically by maybe a PCP, primary care, or endocrinologist if they have concerns about someone's thyroid function.
Were you aware of a study that was a major study that was peer-reviewed? What is peer-reviewed in your business?
That it was reviewed by other researchers in a similar field.
And the report or the article or whatever it may be has to be approved by the peers that are reviewing it before it can be published, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in the medical field, it's a big deal to have publishing articles on your resume, right?
Yes.
And how many articles have you published about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, anything?
I have published something, but it's not a full article. It's just a small thing.
Okay. Are you aware of the psychiatry magazine article dealing with, in 2021, thyroid function in postpartum psychosis, an exploratory study? Have you ever heard of anything about that, let alone read an article about it?
No.
Are you aware that there are studies that have compared thyroid function between psychosis with postpartum onset, PPO, psychosis without postpartum onset, PWPO, and normal postpartum? You aware of that?
No.
Well, you're supposed to be an expert, or you specialize, or you have an interest in treating women that have suffered from postpartum, correct?
Yes.
Have you written any articles at all about postpartum depression, anxiety, psychosis?
No, I'm not a researcher. I'm a clinician.
Have you read any of the articles, such as thyroid function in postpartum psychosis?
I've read many articles. There are thousands. I have not read that specific article.
Thousands? Thousands of articles on postpartum psychosis and the thyroid?
No, not on that specific topic.
So, when the Astor doctors are treating a person like Lindsay, it's your testimony to this jury that testing, whether it's blood testing or whether it's the Cytopro P4 testing, is not necessary because Jennifer Tufts doesn't think it's necessary, right?
It does not yield information that would influence treatment.
Really? So if there was elevation in the thyroid, that wouldn't impact on your treatment at all, your evaluation, your investigation?
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned the cytochrome issue. Are we talking about that one, or are we talking about the thyroid?
I'm talking about the thyroid.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there
Can you
were
repeat?
tests that revealed elevation in the thyroid level, is it your testimony that you wouldn't care?
If I somehow found out that a patient had elevated thyroid levels, I would advise them to talk to their primary care or maybe get an endocrinologist to discuss it.
Did you ever recommend that Lindsay get an endocrinologist?
No, she
And
did not.
The answer is no. And you basically did not have any information that you could use to even realize that there might have been a thyroid issue with this woman that was postpartum, right? Because you didn't do any blood tests.
There was no clinical reason to obtain a blood test.
All right, so you continue on with your meetings by the computer, correct?
Yes.
November 2nd. You can get November 2nd out. You got it?
November 22nd?
No, it looks like November 2nd. I apologize. That's what I'm looking at. Tufts, Jennifer, MD, Clancy, Lindsay. Follow-up note, November 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. And you're still diagnosing her with generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, right?
Yes.
You add in there an adjustment disorder with depressed mood, I guess because of what she had been telling you, right?
Yes.
Okay, looking at the psychiatric condition, you note that it's improving. Right?
Yes.
And then you determine that you will decrease the Ativan to 0.75 milligrams for 2 weeks, and then decrease it to 0.5 milligrams for 2 weeks, and consider alternatives for sleep anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you note if she's having urges to harm herself or others, to go to the nearest emergency room and call 911 and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
So is that a form that you basically press a button and because it seems to be kind of like a generic advice, call 911 if you're feeling suicidal and things of that nature?
Well, that's advice that we provide for every single patient.
Okay. And then you note that half the encounter was on counseling or coordination of care on November 2nd, right?
Yes, that's a typical statement. It's just a part of documentation that doctors use.
All right. Now, on November 2nd, you were suggesting the 4 drugs that she would start would be Remeron, Trazodone, Pregabalin, and hydroxyzine, right?
Those were just things we were considering.
Oh.
I wasn't starting all of those medicines.
I see. On November 22nd, now that would be almost 3 weeks later, right? You saw her, right? And did you ask her about whether or not she was still having suicidal thoughts or worrying about suicidal thoughts, for example? Did you ask her that?
Yes,
And how do you know that? Because the box is checked?
it's written in my note.
What does it say?
Patient denies SI.
Okay. What did you ask her about that?
I don't remember the exact words, but I know that I asked about that.
Did you ask her about how things were going at home with her mother and father staying there?
That I don't remember. I didn't document how her parents were doing.
Okay. Well, I don't really care about how her parents are doing. I'm asking about whether or not you asked her how it was working out while her parents were there helping out. If you did, fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
I don't think that I did. In this
Okay.
appointment,
Okay. That's all. That's fine. December 1st was the next appointment, correct? And you can look at the interval history.
Yes,
Now, on that December 1st appointment, this is after she had transferred to South Shore.
yes,
She disclosed to you that she had been seeing South Shore, right?
yes,
We already talked about the fact that you never got the records from South Shore, so you don't know, other than what Lindsay reported to you, what medications she was on, right?
right. I knew what she was telling me.
Right, and she told you that she was doing the Ativan taper, right?
Well, she said she had tried doing that, but that then she was having more sleep.
Having difficulty sleeping is what she indicated to you, right?
Yes.
And she tried other meds that you had suggested, but stated that she was having difficulty with those meds, including Trazodone, right?
Well, the trazodone she didn't have a problem with. It just didn't seem like it was particularly helpful.
Right. Did you prescribe the Trazodone or somebody else?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
She said that she did.
Did you suggest in your discussions that she try Remeron?
No, I did not.
Did she indicate to you that she had rebound anxiety and intrusive thoughts, that she was going to die? Do you recall that?
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Okay. Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Did she then have a script for Prozac, 10 milligrams?
That's what she said.
And she said that she couldn't sleep and had worse sleep, so that had to be stopped, right?
Yes.
She had, then she was on Klonopin, right?
Yes.
And what is Klonopin?
It's a benzodiazepine.
And on December 1st is when she told you, again, that she was close to having suicidal ideation, feeling hopeless. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, on the interval history, on that date, you indicated that she can't sleep, she's panicking, she had worse depression, intrusive thoughts, she was numb, nothing mattered, I feel like I'm going to die, denies suicidal ideation, but, quote, yesterday, close to it, feeling hopeless. Did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
What did you do? You got a woman that's telling you that she's hopeless. She doesn't care if she dies. She can't sleep. What did you do to validate on your therapy?
Well, I told her that this was something that we could address, that there was hope, that there were treatments, and there are different types of treatment programs that are more supportive, like partial hospitalization programs. So she knew that she still had options and a reason to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in and see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
Now, you'd agree with me that in December of 2022, COVID was all done, right?
It wasn't completely all done.
Were you still nervous about dealing with people and wearing masks and stuff, or were you able to sit down and talk to somebody face to face?
We were definitely feeling more comfortable about being face to face with people, but I think, it was still something that we thought about.
You discussed trying Seroquel with her at that point, right?
I didn't really discuss it. She had told me that was something that she had discussed with her other provider.
So looking at your notes, does it say also discussed trying Seroquel alone tonight? Your notes say that?
It says yes,
What
but
is
I wasn't making a recommendation about the Seroquel. It was just a medicine I was providing her more information on.
So you were telling her about the Seroquel? You're providing information?
Yes, we were talking about the Seroquel
Right. Why?
because her other provider had recommended that she started it.
What is Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic.
You also discussed with her the possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder, did you not?
It was discussed.
And undiagnosed bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of, not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRIs, right?
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that
Does your note say, and I quote, also discussed possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder given extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia, period. Does it say that?
Yes.
Those are your notes, right?
Yes, the way you were saying it made it sound a little bit different before, but that's exactly what I wrote.
I read it directly from your note, right? How did that make it sound different?
I don't know. It sounded different the first time you said it than the second.
So did she have bipolar?
No.
Did you make that decision that night? that day?
I assessed that with her pretty much every time that I saw her, and she never had mania.
What about mood stabilizer like Lamictal? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes,
What is Lamictal?
it's an anticonvulsant, but it's used in treating mood disorders.
So what was the end result of your meeting with her on December 1st? What did you guys do? Did you give any recommendations, advice, anything?
Yeah, well, so at this time, I was not prescribing her medications, but I was still concerned, not concerned enough that she was at imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said. But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
Where was that?
Well, the one that I had recommended was HRI.
What is that, HRI?
It's a hospital in Brookline.
And did she ultimately go to another hospital?
She ultimately went to the Women and Infants Hospital for one day.
And those are the records that you did get, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided that she did not have bipolar disorder because, in your opinion, she did not meet, and I quote, the criteria, right? That would be the criteria in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And the DSM, of course, is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Roman numeral 5R, meaning text revision, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were using back then? Would be this thing here, DSM-5, TR? That's the DSM, right? It's like a cookbook, right?
It's more of a guideline that we use to, to help us in our treatment, but it's not the psychiatry Bible that people sometimes think that it is.
Right. Hypomanic bipolar disorder. How many days does that require under the DSM?
A hypomanic episode lasts for at least 4 days.
And is that per the DSM?
Yes.
Remember on Friday you said that the most important criteria is 7 days with continued high energy levels?
Yes.
So is it 7 days or is it 4 days? And who says?
Well, mania is 7 days. Hypomania is 4.
Discussed again, with her on December 1st, and that's the Lamictal sheet, right?
Yes.
And do you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling? And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, correct?
Yes.
You agree that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental disturbance at that point that was manifesting itself?
She had a maybe moderate heading towards severe.
Moderate, heading towards severe mental issue. Okay. You'd agree with me that she had increased anxiety, right?
Yes.
She had very, very increased depression, right?
Well, she did. She said.
Okay, so as you
since
answer
the
this,
Ramadan.
can you just answer yes or no?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to check the record.
Okay, you can check the record all you want, but if I ask you a question respectfully, can you just not go on and ramble? Answer yes or no, that's all.
It's sometimes impossible to do that.
Oh,
There's-
I'm sorry.
Here, if you can't answer yes or no, just say you can't answer yes or no. If you can answer yes or no, answer yes or no. That's how we do it, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, mental issues like anxiety that was diagnosed, the depression that was diagnosed, and the fact that she indicated yet again that she was close to suicidal ideation, quote, worried about suicidal thoughts, but you indicated that she wasn't suffering from suicidal ideation on that date. Is that fair?
She denied it.
But she told you that she was worried about suicidal ideation and having suicidal thoughts, right?
Well, this was the time she said she was worried that she was close to having suicidal thoughts.
So did you ask her, what does that mean? Does that mean that she's standing at the edge of the stairs and she's thinking about falling down the stairs, or what? What does that mean, I'm close to suicidal ideation?
So I asked about that, and that's when she said, she described it further as using the word hopeless.
So did you prescribe the lamotrigine on that occasion or no?
No.
On December 16th, that's the next appointment she had, right?
Yes.
That'd be 2 weeks later? Right?
Yes.
She was still not well, correct? She told you she was having a really rough time.
She was sleeping, but she was still feeling very poorly.
In your notes, does it say that she was having a really rough time?
Yes.
So when I asked you, if your notes reflected that she said she was having a really rough time, why do you feel compelled to say she was sleeping?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's an important detail.
Yeah, I guess. How about the rough time? What did that mean? What were the symptoms of having a really rough time for this kid?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that.
So finally works, referring to the Valium but very depressed during the day, no motivation, some SI. Do you want me to continue?
Sure.
Went to MGH emergency room for SI, declined inpatient, feeling hopeless, no intent or plan, and feels like depression related to Seroquel.
Okay. Now that's the question on Friday that, well, strike that. So what was the SI, suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And can you read that back to me again? What did she say about SI?
So that when she went to the hospital, she went because she had no motivation, some SI.
Some SI meaning that she had some suicidal ideation, right?
Yes,
Yes?
in her words, yes.
Yeah, in her words. As opposed to thinking about having suicidal ideation or worrying about suicidal ideation. She actually indicated that she had suicidal ideation, right?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
Well, it's in your notes that she said that, right? Yes?
What is in my note?
Do you understand my question?
I'm a little bit confused right now. Can you repeat what your question is?
Sure, of course. We spent some time talking about thinking about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicidal ideation. Now, saying she had suicidal ideation, right?
She said it, yes.
Yeah. Well, this is the only source of information that you're getting, apparently, is what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
So what suicidal ideation did she have? Was she thinking of cutting her throat? Was she thinking of throwing herself off a building or running out in front of a car? What?
No.
What was she thinking of?
So I asked her those important follow-up questions, and
Like
that's so what do you mean when you say I'm feeling suicidal?
Okay.
And that's when she said it means I'm feeling hopeless. And then I asked you, do you have intention of hurting yourself? Do you have a plan for hurting yourself? And she denied those.
And that's where you left it?
I'm sure more was said, but that's the most important part of that clinical encounter.
And did you give a therapy by the computer on that date too?
Yes.
What did you do for therapy about her suicidal ideation and saying she wanted to kill herself?
Well, we explored what that meant, and what to do if you're feeling that way.
To do what? Call 911?
To go to the emergency room.
Did you discuss prescribing Seroquel to her, or was she getting Seroquel? Did Seroquel enter into your discussion at all?
We talked about it. I was not prescribing it for her.
What is Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic.
So, at the conclusion of your meeting on December 16th, basically what you took away is that she had now increased to suicidal ideation. He's feeling hopeless, all the rest of the things that we've talked about. And then she what, just moved on, went home?
Well, she was assessed in the emergency room and was not admitted. And I assessed her on that day again. And while she was certainly struggling, she did not require hospitalization at that moment. So she was planning on going to the Women and Infants program, and I supported that.
Did you know that around that time she confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming children?
No.
Would that have been something you were concerned about?
If I heard that, I would have been very concerned.
You would have called DCF, right?
I might have.
And when you spoke to Pat, did you ever ask him what his observations were of her spiraling into November and December? Not that one time that he stuck his face on the computer and talked to you. Did you ever talk to him?
He never called me again. Or he never called at all. I never spoke with him again.
So he is a husband of a woman, just had a baby, who is postpartum with all of these symptoms that we talked about, all of the drugs that you were prescribing, and that she was dealing with trying to get help. You never talked to her husband about what he observed because he didn't call you?
Well, we did speak on that visit,
Which visit?
the 16th. Or I think that that's the one that he was at.
You think it was? It's not noted in your record?
It's not noted, but I remember some of what we talked about. And so in reading that record, it seems like that's the likely one that he was at.
December 16th, on your objective findings, you note that her mood was depressed, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Did she just say, I'm depressed, or did she give you symptoms? I mean, you checked the little box.
Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor. You checked the little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
She said she was having a really tough time.
Her affect was flat, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed. You check it off twice. One under mood and one under affect, right?
Yes.
And then at the next page it says recent lab work. That wouldn't be blood testing, would it? I mean, does Asta do blood testing?
We don't have a phlebotomist or a lab, no.
Well, why does it say recent lab work typed into your form where you check off the little boxes?
That's something that auto-populates. It's a template that,
It's a what?
many different, it's a template. The whole node is something that psychiatrists or probably all across the country use.
Probably. You can't diagnose someone's illness by a template, though, can you?
No,
You filled in, no lab results were found, right?
there were none in the computer. Yes, I didn't type that in though. It
So who typed it in?
auto-populated. It was auto-populated.
So on the next page where it talks about symptom goals, treatment goals, I'm sorry, symptom reduction and improved functioning. What does that mean?
Symptom reduction is to have fewer mental health symptoms, and improved functioning means improved day-to-day life functioning, things that she's doing in her daily life.
Really? Did you tell her all that? You got a
Yes.
young woman that's obviously mentally ill, very sick. She's deteriorating, whether you like that word or it's automatically imported. What, on that date, did you do? Never mind all those words you just said. What did you tell her on the television or the computer?
I told her to go to the partial hospitalization program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts again, or felt like she was at risk of hurting herself or anybody else, that she should go immediately to the emergency room.
How long did that meeting take?
Probably about 30 minutes.
And was that the therapy that you provided, telling her to go to the emergency room?
I mean, that was probably a component.
So the plan, excuse me, on December 16th was to follow up with women and infants, right?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I don't know exactly the day. Shortly after.
Then you were considering a brexanolone or brexanolone infusion, right?
That's the Zulresso.
That's the same thing in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't go anywhere, right? That's
No.
none of that. It says start Lamictal, 25 milligrams daily, right?
Yes.
Continue Seroquel, right? What was the milligram for the Seroquel up to at this point?
Well, she had told me it was 200.
Well,
That
was
was,
it?
that,
Was it?
I did not write that prescription, so that's what her provider had prescribed her.
Okay, so you can ask somebody to show me the bottle, pill bottle. You can ask somebody to show me the CVS receipt. You can ask somebody, you can call to verify, right?
I could.
Yeah. But anyway, she said that she was on Seroquel 200 milligrams, right? And had stopped with the Valium, right?
Yes.
And then you go on with that form thing saying if you have urges to harm yourself or others, you got to call 911, crisis hotlines, and everything else, right? That's the next two paragraphs that are in that report, right?
Yes.
Was her mother and father still staying with her on December 16th, if you know, with Pat and the kids?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody other than her how she was doing?
I asked her husband when he was at the appointment.
Yeah, that's the other appointment. Though. How about now? We're talking December 16th into the month of December. Did you ever ask anyone how she was doing?
Well, I think he was at that visit.
You think he was at the visit? How did he tell it? What did he say to you about how she was doing?
He said she wasn't doing well.
Look, she's got an objection. Good.
Objection.
Overall.
Go ahead.
He said she wasn't doing well.
Anything else?
Yeah. He felt that it might have been, his opinion was that it was related to when she started the Seroquel.
And he basically said you guys are turning her into a zombie, right?
Objection.
Are those his words?
I don't have that written. He may have said that.
Does that kind of hit you, though? You might remember that. You might have been, as some people worry about suicide, you might be thinking in your brain that he did say you're turning her into a zombie. Possible.
It's very possible.
Okay. Excuse me. Next meeting after the December 16th, was it? Is it
Yes.
December 16th? Is that what we were just on?
Yes.
Okay. The next meeting was January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And how does this happen? Does the patient call? I know you don't set up these appointments. Somebody has to deal with somebody in administration or whatever. But do you, like on December 16th, say to Lindsay, call me or set up an appointment for January 6th, or do they have to do it themselves?
So at the end of an appointment, I typically will schedule their next appointment.
So did you schedule January 6th?
I think that one she scheduled herself.
Yeah, that was the day after she got out of McLean, right?
Yeah, usually the hospital coordinates the discharge appointment.
Well, if I tell you that, in fact, the hospital told her to set up the appointment, and that within an hour, she set up the appointment. Is that in your notes?
It's not in my notes, no.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal that she was in McLean locked wards for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
And she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
No, she wasn't doing well.
And she admitted herself to the locked wards at McLean, right?
Yes.
And what was the diagnosis at McLean?
I believe they diagnosed her with major depression.
Did they recommend any medication?
They took her off of the Seroquel.
They took her
All of it.
off. Okay. So did you look at the McLean records?
Yes, definitely.
And those were imported easily because you're part of the same structure or whatever?
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
All right, so if I tell you that the McLean records are really pretty voluminous, that's not what they fax. They fax you like a 2-page discharge summary, right?
Yes.
You didn't get that by fax, right?
No.
So what did McLean tell you? Look in your notes.
Which part do you want me to read?
Did you ever have her sign a release from McLean? Did you ever get access to the McLean records?
I had access to the discharge summary.
Okay, so put the discharge summary aside because that's what they faxed you, a couple of pages. What about the records?
No, but that's typically not
No,
done.
never mind typically. The answer is no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
No what?
No one called me. I wasn't notified about the hospitalization until she was discharged.
So you just sit there behind your computer and wait for people, Patrick, wait for the doctor from McLean, wait for the sick person who's the patient to call you? And if these people don't call you, it doesn't exist apparently, right?
No, not exactly. I had no way of knowing she was even at McLean.
Well, you did once she got discharged, right?
Yeah, but that was after the fact.
Right. So did you care why she was in McLean?
Of course,
And why was she in McLean?
because she was depressed.
And what was the, does your record indicate that she was discharged yesterday under interval history?
Yes.
And discharged from where?
Well, I said MGH.
Is that Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And she was currently on trazodone?
Yes.
She indicated that the goal was to come off Seroquel,
Yes.
and she described herself as still being very numb.
Yes.
She couldn't sleep, right?
That's not entirely true.
Am I lying? I'm reading the medical records here. Sleep, taking Ativan and trazodone, slept 5 hours broken, wondering about increasing trazodone and switching to Valium. What does that mean?
Well, it means she was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't that she wasn't sleeping at all.
Ah, I see. Okay. So was the trazodone increased at that point?
Yes. Yes.
How about on January 9th? Did you see her through the computer or whatever then?
Yes.
And did you prescribe medication to her on that date?
Yes.
And was that diazepam?
Yes.
14 count, 1 milligram? No, I'm sorry. 14 count, 5 milligrams.
That sounds right.
Okay. Did you also, on January 12th, 3 days after January 9th meeting, prescribe additional medication to her?
I'm not sure. I don't have a record from January 12th.
Do you recall on January 12th that, in fact, you prescribed trazodone 150 milligrams, 30 count?
Yes.
3 days later, or a couple of days later, January 16th, you recall prescribing amitriptyline.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
It's a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does a tricyclic antidepressant mean?
Well, it's an older antidepressant. It's called a tricyclic because it has 3 rings. If you look at the chemical itself, like a tricycle, but it's an older but efficacious medicine for depression and anxiety as well as insomnia.
On January 16th, look at your interval history. She indicated to you that her mood was very low, no motivation,
Yes.
numb,
Yes.
able to force herself out of bed, taking care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby, bonding feels forced. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Through the computer, right?
Yes.
What did that tell you? Were you concerned about this woman postpartum well within the year from the CDC at that point with these symptoms that she's telling you about?
I was concerned that she was depressed.
And in all of the times that you spoke to her, you'd agree with me that she appeared to be honest and forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No.
Diazepam taper on January 16th, 5 milligrams last 2 nights, slept for 4 hours, and then a light sleep, maybe 2 hours, stretches. Did she express that she was still having concerns about side effects from medications?
Not at that point.
So what does ROS mean under interval history that we're looking at?
Review of symptoms.
Okay. And then it says patient denies SIHI, that'd be suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
Denies other questions or concerns, and you recommend a low dose of amitriptyline for depression, correct?
Yes.
Patient agrees with the treatment, and you guys were also going to explore ketamine treatment. Is that right? Esketamine.
Yes.
Now, did you know that she was on her computer looking up medication after medication after medication after medication, treatments, ketamine treatments, and all that? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever ask her whether or not she was looking up the symptomology of pharmacology and having interactions between drugs?
No.
January 23rd, you had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes.
And this is after, obviously, excuse me, the January 16th appointment. And in the January 16th appointment, she told you that her mood was very low, and that's the worst that she ever reported her mood to you. Isn't that right?
On the 16th?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the worst it was ever reported, but it was certainly bad.
And you didn't recommend that she have a hospital evaluation, did you? This is the day before she killed the kids, right?
The 23rd?
Yeah.
It was the day before.
You didn't recommend a hospital evaluation, did you?
No, there were no,
The answer is no?
no?
They'll ask you all the questions they want. Your answer is no. January 23rd, Friday, you testified that she said her mood was depressed, and you noted that her affect was depressed and flat, right?
Yes,
She also reported that her heart was racing, right?
yes,
She had no motivation, is what she told you, right?
yes,
She told you that she had been feeling, numb and no emotion for 17 days straight, is what she told you, right?
I'm not sure about 17 days straight, but that's how she was feeling.
You didn't reach out to her mother and father at that point? They didn't call you, I guess, right?
No,
And Patrick didn't call you at that point, right?
no,
So she's sitting in front of her computer, getting help from her doctor on January 23rd. And what did you do?
well, I thought about how I could best help her, the medicines that she'd tried and what her current symptoms were, and it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
But you increased the amitriptyline.
Yes,
And that pushed you over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
That's all I have.
Members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this time, all right?
Court, all rise. Jury, please kindly close the notebook. This way.
Jurors are next to the quorum, this court's in session.
Dr. Lee. Stand. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so we'll be recessed on this matter.
Well, all right.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commonwealth, redirect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. I apologize for my voice. If you can't hear me, just let me know.
Okay.
You were asked on cross-examination about your residency. At that point, you were already a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And during your residency, that was a 4-year period, correct?
Yes.
And you were saying that you treated patients during that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there someone with you while you treated these patients telling you what to do and how to handle them?
No.
Were you alone responsible for the evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of your patients?
For the most part, but if I had questions or, needed to talk it through, I had help.
And approximately how many patients did you treat during those 4 years?
Thousands?
And those were all psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
You said approximately 50 of those patients were patients dealing with postpartum depression or some postpartum issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also said you had some specialized or specific training in that area. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, I did a specialized elective with a specifically perinatal psychiatrist where I worked in an obstetrics clinic and I saw patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
Yes.
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
It's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to postpartum issues?
Yes, it wasn't every single day, but it was continuing the same patients for about a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you were asked about postpartum psychosis, and you said it was rare. How rare is it?
I'm not sure the statistic, but low.
Low. Have you dealt with patients in your 4 years of residency that had other types of psychosis?
Yes, many.
And psychosis, whether it's from postpartum or some other mental illness, does it present the same, or does it matter what the underlying illness is?
I mean, it can present different based on the individual, but it's the same general disorder.
And so what are the symptoms or signs that you look for to determine whether someone has psychosis?
So you look at them, you assess their appearance, are they disheveled, and then you look at how cooperative they are, how they're engaging in your interview, are they answering your questions or maybe refusing to answer your questions, maybe being very aggressive. You look at their speech, whether they're speaking very fast, very loud, or the opposite, like maybe not really even speaking much at all. You look at what their thoughts are like, and we assess thoughts by what they're saying. That's how we know what people are thinking, and whether what they say makes sense linearly, or whether someone's jumping around and you can't follow them. We also assess the thoughts for their content. If someone is speaking about things that are very bizarre, things that are very paranoid, if someone is talking or making noises, or it seems like they're communicating with somebody that's not in the room, those are all things, behaviors that we assess for.
So although you'd never treated someone with postpartum psychosis, you had evaluated, diagnosed, and treated people with other types of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any signs of psychosis in any of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
Defense counsel mentioned that part of your residency was during COVID. Did mental health issues just stop during COVID?
Of course not. They often got worse.
And so it's fair to say you still kept busy seeing patients on a daily basis?
Yes.
You also mentioned that some of the patients you saw in your residency, it was outpatient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that similar to the care you were providing to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And was that all 4 years you were providing outpatient care to psychiatric patients?
For 3 of the 4.
You were also asked about telehealth. Is telehealth appointments in psychiatric care standard in the industry?
Yes,
And how long has that been standard?
since COVID.
And is it a fairly common and accepted practice at this point?
Yes,
Most of the session, for a psychiatric session, you're talking to someone, right?
yes.
Does looking at someone through a computer screen somehow inhibit how you hear the answers
No, it does not.
or inhibit the way you ask your questions?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about, not being able to see below the waist someone's shaking or moving, but if someone's sitting and they're bouncing, can you see it elsewhere? Can you see other movement?
Yeah, sometimes it can reverberate in different parts of the body.
You were also asked about the Edinburgh scale. You said you don't use it, right?
Yes.
You said you use the PHQ-9. Why do you use that instead of the Edinburgh scale?
It's not my choice. That's the practice at Astor of what we use.
And the PHQ-9, what does that look for?
It assesses various symptoms of depression.
And postpartum depression, are there questions on the PHQ-9 that look for the signs and symptoms of postpartum depression?
Not specifically postpartum depression, but the symptoms of postpartum depression are symptoms of depression that occur during postpartum. It's the same symptoms.
So the PHQ-9 is asking the patient questions that would reveal whether or not they might be depressed, but not whether or not they just had a baby.
Correct.
And then with your interaction with the patient, you're able to know whether or not they are in the postpartum phase.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that you take the PHQ-9 plus the information you learn from the patient, put it together and come up with a diagnosis?
Yes.
When you take a history from a patient, you were asked about taking history from Ms. Clancy. How important is it that the patient give you accurate information?
It's very important.
And why is that?
Well, that information is being used to make treatment decisions. And a lot of things can be assessed, the things that I described before. That's very helpful, but we can't see what someone else's thoughts exactly are. So the person does have to tell them to us.
And would you agree that people in the medical field, such as nurses, are acutely aware of the necessity of an accurate medical history and symptom presentation?
Yes.
You mentioned that the defendant was able to advocate for herself. In what ways did she show you that?
In scheduling her own appointments, in presenting herself to the emergency room when things were really not going well, a different
Patient is or therapy sessions, conversation. Would you say it's more important in therapy for the psychiatrist or therapist to talk or listen?
listen.
And why is that?
Because that's how you really understand what a person is.
Told her about individual therapy and encouraged her to attend individual therapy.
That was the treatment recommendation each time. I'm not sure if I explicitly mentioned it each time, but I did many times.
And you, in fact, wrote it on the work form that we talked about previously on page 104 of the records. It lists, was the patient referred to other healthcare providers for evaluation or treatment? It says yes. If yes, state the nature of such treatments and expected duration of treatment. And it says individual weekly therapy, correct?
Yes.
And this is the form that the defendant asked you to fill out, correct?
Yes.
And you sent it back to her. And the first version, she wanted you to make some corrections on, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't ask you to change that portion, correct?
No.
And in fact, on the second version, on page 107 of the record, it still says individual weekly therapy recommended, correct, for follow-up?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant only saw Jennifer McAllister twice the entire time that she was with your practice for therapy?
Yes.
You were asked about Zoloft being used for general anxiety disorder. Is that a common drug used for general anxiety disorder?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's effective and it's safe.
You were also asked about the suicide warning on it, that there is a suicide warning. Is that for all ages?
No.
What ages or groups is that suicide warning for?
It's really for children and adolescents. They do say up to 24 years, but it's really children and adolescents.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant was 32 years old when she saw you?
That sounds right.
Well, if you want to check the records,
I can check.
to be sure.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 32 years old is not 3 to 4 years older than 24, correct?
No.
Why didn't you have to titrate the 50 milligrams of Zoloft?
You mean to stop it?
Yes.
Because it's still a very low dose, so it can be stopped right away.
So it wasn't necessary?
Not necessary.
The defendant waited about a month after receiving the prescription before taking the medication, correct?
Yes.
And she only took the medication when she decided she was ready to take it, correct?
Yes.
So she was taking in the information you gave her, correct?
Yes.
She was making her own decisions, correct?
Yes.
She was not forced to, correct?
Yes.
She actually had an appointment in between when you first prescribed it and when she started taking it, where she was still discussing with you whether or not she wanted to take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the advocating for herself that you were talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the medical sophistication that she possessed that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at some point, in light of the fact this is direct, I have to object.
Sure, yeah, if you could just not ask the leading question.
Sure. I want to direct your attention to the September 12th, 2022 form that the defendant filled out. On page 16 of the record, oh, we have different page numbers,
We
right?
do, but if you just tell me what you're looking at, I can find it.
The past psychiatric history.
Okay.
What did she tell you, Ms. Clancy, tell you about the, where it says, if yes, list the reason and dates? What did she tell you?
She said anxiety, September 2013 to September 2014, postpartum anxiety, May 2020.
And on the following page, under the past or current psychiatric medications, which ones did she list?
Prozac, 50 milligrams, and Wellbutrin, 100 milligrams.
Is there a column there that says effective, yes or no?
Yes.
What was the defendant's answer with whether or not Prozac was effective?
Yes.
What was her answer as to whether or not Wellbutrin was effective?
Yes.
Is there another column there that said experienced side effects?
Yes.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Prozac?
No.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Wellbutrin?
No.
Going to the October 20th, 2022 appointment. You were asked about this on cross-examination, about documenting side effects in your notes. Did you document the side effects that the defendant reported from the Zoloft on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what did you document?
Well, I checked the box for GI, but I also talked about the side effects in the interval history.
And so what does GI mean?
Gastrointestinal.
So would that mean stomach issues?
Yeah.
And what did you put in your notes?
Couldn't sleep, insomnia, worse on increased dose, doesn't want to eat, diarrhea, food really unappealing, was more depressed on it, crying all day, yesterday, not normal, mental fog, terrified to start something new.
And so you did document the side effects that she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You also documented in the interval history, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Was that the defendant's phrasing?
Yes.
And is there a difference between someone being worried about having suicidal thoughts and someone actually having suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And what's the difference in terms of how a psychiatrist sees it?
So that's the difference between what a patient might answer and then what the psychiatrist actually assesses. So say a patient might say they're having suicidal thoughts, but when they describe them, they're not actual suicidal thoughts. They're fears of suicidal thoughts. So that's the difference there. And I'm sorry, I think I forgot exactly what your question was.
So what's the difference in your training and experience between someone having fears of suicidal thoughts and actually having suicidal thoughts?
Well, so if it's a fear, then it means that they're not actually having suicidal thoughts. It's a negative.
And does that affect the way you proceed with treatment?
Yes, in some ways, yes.
How?
Well, you still proceed with treatment. It's still concerning, but it is a level of concern that can be managed on an outpatient basis, not requiring hospitalization.
And so, according to the defendant, she was not yet having suicidal thoughts at that time.
Yes.
So when defense counsel asked you repeatedly why you didn't document how many times she had those thoughts, she hadn't had those actual thoughts yet, correct?
Correct.
That was later in December, is that right?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that she was worried about that something bad might happen, so she arranged for her mother to stay. Is that correct?
Well, she arranged for her mother to stay. I'm not sure if that was because she was afraid something bad was happening, or it just seemed like they needed more help.
Okay. So you don't recall the two being together as a thought?
Correct.
And the fact that she was struggling and arranged to have her mother stay, got support, advocated for herself, would those be protective factors?
Yes.
How so?
So if someone demonstrates that they can advocate for themselves, that they can seek help if symptoms worsen, then that shows that they have good judgment. They can be trusted to present for care if serious safety concerns were to arise.
So based on your training and experience with Ms. Clancy, where she says she's worried about getting suicidal thoughts, and she has her mom come stay with her, do you see that as a positive decision?
Yes.
You were asked about not asking the defendant if she had called the suicide hotline. If a patient denies suicidal ideation, would you typically ask them if they had called a suicide hotline?
No,
And why not?
because I wouldn't think that they would have. If a patient were to call a suicide hotline, I would think that they would be telling me they're having suicidal thoughts as well.
You were asked about prescribing hydroxyzine, Ativan, and Buspar. Did you tell the defendant how to take those medications?
Yes.
What were your instructions?
So the Ativan was to take as needed for severe anxiety. The Buspar was to be an everyday medicine. And the hydroxyzine, we had started that to see if she could use that as an alternative to the Ativan. So to take it instead of the Ativan. But if the Ativan if the hydroxyzine wasn't working, she still had the Ativan to use, it's stronger.
So was there ever an instruction for her to take all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about the contraindications of Ativan and Benadryl. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there contraindications for taking the two together?
It's not an absolute contraindication. You have to be careful that the person is not excessively sedated, meaning like they're so sleepy that it's hard for them to, engage in normal activities because they're so sleepy, or maybe they might feel a little bit dizzy. But it's not an absolute contraindication. You just have to monitor them.
And is that one of the reasons that you prescribed the hydroxyzine?
Sorry, is what one of the reasons?
Is the fact that the two of them together, Ativan and Benadryl. Well, let me strike that question. Why did you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
So she had been taking Benadryl, which is not a prescription medication. It's not classically within the scope of psychiatry, but it's very similar to hydroxyzine. So I thought that, hydroxyzine might be a better alternative than the Benadryl.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct you to your November 2nd, 2022 interval history. Now, would it be fair to say that on the November 2nd date, the defendant reported she was fine all day, evenings, bedtime, get anxious, Ativan helps, sleeping great on it, afraid to try something else, but knows it's not a long-term solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of that did the defendant tell you was not a long-term solution?
Taking the Ativan.
And why is that?
Because it was indicated for short-term use only. The people can struggle more with dependence if they're taking it for a very long period of time.
And was there a plan developed based on that concern?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan?
To reduce the dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until she was off it.
So the defendant was able to express to you a concern she had about the medication, you had a conversation about it, and you addressed that with her and came up with a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
Did she tell you that they had prescribed trazodone to her at that time?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that she was trying some alternative methods like weed gummies?
No.
Do you have any way of knowing these things if the patient doesn't tell you?
No.
Now, on December 1st, 2022, defense asked you about that date. That's the date that she, again, said she had the fear of thoughts of suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, had she consistently denied suicidal ideation or intent or a plan?
Yes.
Had she consistently denied homicidal ideation, intent, or a plan?
Yes.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. When you talk to a patient, do you ask them, do you have suicidal ideation?
Not usually.
What do you,
Not in that way.
how do you get that information from them? What types of questions do you ask?
It depends how the course of the conversation is going. I might ask if they're having thoughts of hurting themselves, if they, sometimes wish that they weren't alive. It can be a lot of different words, and sometimes I use, the patient's own words, but things like that.
And is there a difference between having thoughts of suicide versus having the intent and a plan to do it?
Yes.
And are there different types of treatment or things that you would do if someone has intent or plan to do it?
Yes, that would generally require hospitalization.
And so if Ms. Clancy had told you she had thoughts of hurting herself, or actually, if she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
Then that would be a Section 12?
Yes.
You were asked about the October 31st therapy session with Jennifer McAllister. And I know you weren't present from that. You're just going from the records. But you did say that in that session, the defendant denied suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason, based on your training and experience, to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny every other detail about suicide.
But that further evaluation, is that very specific questions about planning for suicide, how you do it, all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked about evaluating the defendant for bipolar, and you said that she, based on your conversations with her, there were no signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
What are the types of questions you ask a patient to determine if they've experienced an episode of mania?
Well, a lot of it is what I can see in the session. I might also ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or racing thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose that.
And what would you see physically?
So I might see that the person is talking very fast, and it's almost impossible to interrupt their rate of speech. And it might also be very loud. They might be hyperactive, not able to sit still. They might be yelling and jumping from one thought to another without any linear connection between the thoughts. They might, I guess that's probably what I would observe in terms of behaviors.
Did you observe any of those behaviors with Lindsay Clancy?
No, it was the opposite.
What do you mean it was the opposite?
So, the opposite of euphoria is dysphoria or depression. The opposite of hyperactivity is tiredness and fatigue. So, in a way, it was the opposite of mania that I observed.
And in terms of the questions you asked about her past behavior, were any of the answers that she gave indicative of mania?
No.
You were asked about discussing Seroquel with the defendant, even though you weren't the prescriber. Why did you discuss that medication with her?
Because the patient was asking about it, and her husband was also asking me about it. They really wanted my opinions about it. It wasn't necessarily that I was prompting this line of conversation.
And what did you tell them about it?
Well, I shared that it has very good evidence for treating depression, and I may have shared that Seroquel does does different things at different doses, right? So sometimes people are concerned that it is called an antipsychotic, but it actually doesn't function as an antipsychotic until you get up to really high doses, like 800 milligrams. So in low doses, it's more of a sleep medicine or an antidepressant. So I think that I explained that to them, and it's obviously a very important part of it. But they were also concerned about that causing the depression that she was experiencing. So we talked a bit about how you would tell. You know, it can be hard to tell whether a medicine is causing that or it's just occurring because of depression.
What did you tell them in terms of how to tell?
That it's really based on the timing. If you were to notice a significant decline after starting or increasing the medication.
And prior to Ms. Clancy taking the Seroquel, had you noticed signs of depression in her?
Yes.
And after she was off of the Seroquel in January, did you see signs of depression in her?
Yes.
So that was completely off of Seroquel, both before and after, still showing signs of depression?
Yes.
During January, the defendant told you she had trouble getting out of bed.
Is there a specific visit?
I think it was right after she got out of the hospital. Maybe your first or second visit with her.
I see that on the 16th, she did say that she was able to force herself out of bed and take care of basics, so on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few hours there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on January 15th, the day before that session, she had been to the Cape Codder down in Hyannis with the family, interacting with the kids and going down little water slides and all of that?
No.
Were you aware that on January 14th, she watched all three kids while Pat went to a brunch and was fine?
No.
Were you aware that on January 16th, her husband took Cora skiing and she was alone with the boys all day and had no issues?
No.
You were asked about the thyroid and how that can affect mental health and postpartum. Were you aware that at both South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital, her thyroid limits were in normal range?
No, I was not.
You received a discharge summary from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
What's contained in the discharge summary?
So it includes information about how the patient initially presented, what they said when they first came to the hospital, and their initial assessment from the psychiatrist that they spoke with. It talks a bit about their treatment course, how things progressed, any changes that were made, and then it talks about how the patient appears on the day of discharge.
Does it also include what medications they were prescribed and what the diagnosis might have been?
Yes.
And was that sufficient in terms of your review of the information that you needed for you to know about your patient at that time?
Yes, that was a very helpful amount of information that I would typically review that amount of information for a patient after the hospital.
Now, you were asked about your January 23rd, 2023 session with the defendant. Defense counsel asked if you had, recommended a hospital evaluation for her on that day, and you said no. Why not?
Because she was completely denying any suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation. There were no signs of psychosis or mania. So there were no serious signs that her safety or that anyone else's safety was at risk.
And during that session, did she ever tell you that she planned to harm herself or the children?
No.
if she had done that, what would you have done?
I would have, it depends exactly how it would have played out. It would definitely include hospitalization. If the children were in immediate harm, it might include enlisting help from my staff so that they could call the police while I'm on the phone with her. I think it depends, but I would address it promptly.
You were asked by defense counsel about the amitriptyline that you prescribed on January 16th, 2023. That initial prescription was for 10 milligrams, correct?
Yes.
Pulling the bottle from exhibit 155 of amitriptyline. Would you agree with me that this shows that the prescription was filled on that same day, January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
And out of this pill bottle here, there were 30 pills in this prescription, correct?
Yes.
And there are 8 pills missing from this bottle. So filled on January 16th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd would be 8 days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 23rd is when you said she could raise it to 20 milligrams?
Yes.
So if there are only 8 pills missing, she never took that additional dose, correct?
That's what I would think based on what you just said.
So the amitriptyline, increasing it from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams, wouldn't have pushed her over the edge, correct?
Well, if she didn't take 20 milligrams, then that's correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right. Then recross.
Briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you pertained to whether or not you could reach out to a third party. You recall that question, like mother, father, husband?
Yes.
And we already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes. That was an additional detail.
All right. So what does that mean?
Well, HIPAA is the privacy law for patients, which we have to respect and honor very diligently. So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother and father and her husband, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell her, ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't
Ever ask her to sign?
a release, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I did not ask her to sign a release.
And if she did sign a release, even though her mother, her father, her husband didn't call you, you could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for themselves.
My God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she, because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? That she was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the Women and Infants Hospital records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection, didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
No,
records.
the scope.
Overruled. You can ask that question.
She asked you about marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the Women and Infants Hospital records from Rhode Island dealing with Lindsay Clancy.
No objection.
Okay, they may be admitted.
I just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy.
Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
And it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
And you always, in your opinion, found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
If I could approach you with Exhibit 220, excuse me, and see the second paragraph, it begins in the middle of November. Could you read that first sentence?
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
So the records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried, and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
Then you told us that there's a difference between a thought of suicide versus a plan of suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
A suicidal plan means that they are, they know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it, they've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
District Attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed, is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Oh, I thought she said low, but normal or low, MGH, Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District Attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
The question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, this is jurors' accounts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said that it was normal or within normal limits.
Almost fine. We'll go with normal. So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
I don't remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay. Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Do you know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it, pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you
objection is writing on this.
Oh, all right, you know what, I'll ask her to just look at it.
Might take a look at it, and if you want to get the actual exhibit, we could do that.
All right, so forget all about my sloppy writing. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yeah, the word is, the word not is right before not hyper, comma, pressured speech. The
Right, so
two
what
are
does it-
following
what
the
does a comma mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have
Did you
pressured
write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech? Did I read that right?
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
As opposed to yours? Go ahead.
Just in regards to what was raised there.
Yes, just two brief. Approaching you with your records from October 21st, 2022, the section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
And defense asked you about the thyroid levels. Would it be accurate to state that I asked you if you were aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything further? All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to submit the certified copy of the Spalding rehabilitation records.
No objection, that's by agreement.
Okay. By agreement of counsel, the Spalding records will be introduced.
221.
Can I call the next witness?
Please, counsel.
Commonwealth would call Julie Paul.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Right there, raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you should give to the court and the jury in the matter now having reached the Commonwealth and the defense Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yes, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Julie Paul.
And what do you do for work?
I am a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, board certified.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I graduated in 1991 from St. Anselm College, with my nursing degree, worked as a labor and delivery nurse for 17 years, and then graduated in 2006 from Frontier Nursing University with my midwifery degree. And then in 2018, I graduated from Frontier Nursing University with my psychiatric nurse practitioner degree. I also have a perinatal mental health certification from Postpartum Support International from 2018.
Okay. Are you also a certified midwife?
Yes, I am.
And are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Yes, I am.
And what is required in order for you to become certified to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner in Massachusetts?
I attended a certified program, did 2 years additional training, and then took the certification exam through the ANCC.
And can you tell us a little bit about your work history, your work background?
Sure. Like I said, in New Hampshire, I worked as a labor and delivery nurse before transferring to Massachusetts in 2006 to work as a certified nurse midwife. And then in 2018, I started the perinatal behavioral health program at South Shore Hospital as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And so the perinatal behavioral health clinic, explain to us a little bit about how that came about.
Sure. There's a lack of resources on the South Shore for pregnant and postpartum people with mood disorders. So I really felt compelled, because I had a couple clients that really struggled with mental health issues as a nurse midwife, and really wanted additional education and being able to prescribe for them and take care of them in a proper way. So I went back, got my Psych NP, and then worked with South Shore Hospital to establish the program.
And where was the program actually located?
It was located right in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And you said you worked with the South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
So the clinic is tied to South Shore Hospital in the South Shore Health System?
Yes, it is.
Now, when did you start that program specifically? When was it up and running?
2018 is when I started, in October of 2018.
Okay. And what, did you do that by yourself, or did you have other practitioners that were doing that with you?
Initially, it was just me. I started doing it 2 days a week and then grew the program gradually over the next year or two.
And what makes up this program other than you?
So at the time, when it was just me, I just saw patients 2 days a week, and then gradually built up to 5 days a week. And we included a therapist in the team, 2 additional prescribers. We also worked with women with substance use disorders as well, so we had additional support that way. And then when the building grew, we also had the Bridge Clinic on the other side, and then we were on the other side of that program.
And what's the Bridge Clinic?
The Bridge Clinic works with people with substance use disorders.
And all of this is kind of under that umbrella of what's classified as South Shore Behavioral Health, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the clinic grew, did your role there change?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As the clinic grew to what you described as having additional therapists and other prescribers on staff, did your role there change at all?
I became the director of the program.
And as director of the program, did you still see patients?
Yes, I did.
And was that at the same level as it had before, or did it decrease because of your administrative roles?
It actually increased because I increased my hours to 5 days a week. I did have a little bit of administrative time.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how the clinic would work for a woman who is coming in either during the birth period or prior to birth and after birth? What kinds of things would they be offered at the clinic?
So I'd receive a referral, and then the client would come in. We would do a 90-minute intake. When they left, when it was just me, I was using outside therapists, that sort of thing. But as the program grew, we had moms groups run by doulas. We had therapists that was brought in from Aspire, but part of our program embedded within our program. And I brought in 2 additional prescribers as well as nursing staff.
And when you talk about people as prescribers and your role as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who could prescribe, what were you offering to patients as part of this clinic as a prescriber?
We were offering the proper medication for anxiety, depression, mood disorders, really any psychiatric disorder that came in, mostly for pregnant and postpartum people up to 2 years postpartum. We also offered like therapy, focused on sleep hygiene, really looked at the whole person, not just medication management.
And fair to say that the medication is one piece and the therapy is another piece, and this is part of a team approach that you had at the clinic.
That's
to address
correct.
all these resources for patients.
That's correct.
So while you, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, might have been a prescriber, were you also engaged in the therapy or psychotherapy?
I would do supportive therapy, but I'm not a therapist. I mainly am responsible for assessing, diagnosing, prescribing, but I also really understand the importance of sleep, nutrition, and exercise.
And so being that you had a history of working as a midwife and working as a nurse in labor and delivery, do you have a lot of experience with moms or women who are in that postpartum period?
Yes.
And how about your experiences with diagnosing and prescribing for women in that period? Do you have experience in that?
In the labor and delivery room, as a nurse midwife, yes, I diagnosed like labor and that sort of thing, and even depression, anxiety, not to the extent of higher acuity psychiatric conditions, but as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, I did.
Okay. And as far as your role at the perinatal behavioral health clinic, fair to say that your primary patient base was all going to be women who are either pregnant or after birth?
Correct.
And a part of this team approach at the clinic, is it also to work on developing a treatment plan for patients when they come in?
Correct.
And so what encompasses a treatment plan generally?
Generally, if it were a situation where we were referring them for therapy, then we would work with the therapist to kind of bring in the client to figure out what their needs are, and then really stress whatever. The therapist works on certain aspects of the therapy that we kind of work together, but not in tandem, kind of, we talk, but not to the extent we each are in our own disciplines.
Okay. And as far as the resources that the clinic had available to you, is it fair to say that there are certain types of therapy, for instance, cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectic behavioral therapy, that are not necessarily encompassed with the social workers that you work with at the clinic?
Our social workers primarily did cognitive behavioral therapy. We did group therapy for more social support. What I did mainly was just supportive therapy.
Okay. And would you oftentimes through the clinic refer clients out to other local community providers?
Yes, we would.
Now, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, does medication play an important role when you are dealing with a particular patient that came into the clinic?
Yes, it does play a role.
And how is it that you determine what's the appropriate medication track for any given patient?
We do proper screening, and then we do a complete interview with the client. And then based on what their responses are, together we work as a team to develop the best medication options or treatment options for that client.
When you say work as a team, does that include the patient themselves?
Absolutely. The patient is the most important part of the team.
And in your training and experience working with postpartum women, what is the acceptable period to determine postpartum?
Anywhere within the first year.
Did you know a nurse, or do you know a nurse named Susan Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
I worked with her off and on throughout my years as a nurse midwife.
And what's the nature of your relationship with her, other than the working with her?
Essentially, we just worked together. When we did births together, we worked well as a team.
Okay. And do you know where she worked?
She worked at Telstra Hospital.
On November 20th of 2022, did you have a conversation or did you get a call from Sue Clancy?
I did. She was referred to me through Nanette Landry, another midwife that I work with.
Okay. And so as a result of the phone call that you had with her, did you get in contact with a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Was that the same day or a different day?
It was the same day.
And your contact with Lindsay Clancy, was it by phone or virtual or in person?
It was by phone.
And so what was the purpose of calling Lindsay Clancy?
I just wanted to get her side of what had been going on with her history. Sue had alluded that she was struggling in the postpartum period, so I wanted to know exactly what she was struggling with to see if she'd be a good candidate for our program.
So did you initiate the call to Lindsay Clancy?
With the permission, I asked Sue Clancy if Lindsay had given permission, and she said she had.
And in the conversation that you had with her, do you know approximately how long that phone conversation lasted?
I don't recall.
Okay. But were you able to get all the pertinent information from her during that phone call?
I got enough data to determine that she would be a good candidate for the program.
So she would have met criteria for a referral from any other resource?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that in this conversation, in order to determine whether she qualified, you had to ask her some background questions?
I did.
And so were you able to identify whether she was in that postpartum period?
Yes, I asked when the birth of Callan was, and she said it was May 26th, 2022.
And so after determining that she was in fact postpartum with a baby at home, did you ask her any questions or did you learn any information about how the experience was earlier in the postpartum, right after birth?
I did. She said she did really well for the first 12 weeks. She was excited, really happy. And then when Patrick went back to work, she said she started to struggle with some anxiety.
And you knew Patrick to be her husband, Patrick Clancy?
Correct.
And do you recall her indicating that she was having difficulty leaving the baby, that she was feeling overwhelmed and having racing thoughts?
Yes.
Okay. And so in your training and experience, are those things that you would hear from new moms?
It was very typical of what I'd hear.
Did you learn from her whether she had engaged with any other treatment prior to contacting or prior to you having this conversation with her?
She did say that she had met with a psychiatrist. She didn't give the name. And then she'd also said that she had been in the emergency room a few days prior to.
Okay. And were you able to determine that was actually the South Shore emergency room?
Yes, it was.
And that would have been on November 16th of 2022?
Correct.
Now, in addition to seeing a psychiatrist, did she identify to you some medications that she had been taking up to that point?
She did. She said she had trialed Zoloft for 1 week. She also said that she'd been trialing Ativan and Benadryl, which worked the best to help her sleep. She identified she had questions about Buspar, didn't say specifically whether she had been prescribed that or not, but that she had questions about Buspar.
Okay. And did she mention anything about that combination of Ativan and Benadryl in her treatment history that was of concern to her?
Just that she had been taking it for 2 weeks. It worked really well, but then she was getting concerned about dependence, so she self-weaned herself off of that.
And were you aware, did she tell you that she had been prescribed trazodone after that?
Yes, after she went to the emergency room, she was prescribed trazodone.
Did she indicate whether the trazodone gave her any relief to her sleep issues?
She said she was able to fall asleep, but it was having difficulty staying asleep.
Did she also indicate to you that one of her goals was not to be on long-term medications?
Yes, she did.
And based on this initial phone conversation, did you recommend that she come in for an intake appointment?
I did.
How about the immediate need for sleep? Did you address that with her in the phone
I just encouraged her to take the medication that she already had on hand, that if the Benadryl and the Ativan were working, she should take that to help her sleep that night. And we talked the next morning about different options.
And also in this initial phone call, did you have a conversation with her about options and risks of various types of SSRIs or continued use of benzodiazepines?
Yes, we reviewed that being on SSRI most of the time is preferable than being on benzodiazepines for long periods of time, especially to address her concern about addiction or dependency on the medication.
Okay. And is this kind of a normal conversation you would have with somebody to screen them and determine whether the clinic, the South Shore Perinatal Clinic, was an appropriate fit?
Yes, it's more to establish rapport and get a basic understanding and make sure that she was safe.
Okay.
And she did indicate that she was safe.
And so that's kind of my follow-up to that. So in the course of that phone call, you were able to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And what she was telling you about her reported history, did that seem to make sense to you?
Yes, it did.
And did you identify, or were you addressing or assessing during the whole course of this conversation whether there was any immediate safety risk or need for her?
Yes, I was.
And did you find that there was any?
There was no immediate need.
Now, as a result of this conversation, did you determine whether she was having any suicidal ideations?
Yes, I asked her specifically if she felt like she wanted to harm herself or her children, and she said no.
And how about asking her about homicidal ideations?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she had any?
She did not.
Did you also ask her whether she had experienced any auditory hallucinations?
I did.
And did she experience any?
Not at the time, no.
And did she indicate to you whether she'd ever experienced any?
No,
How about visual hallucinations? Did you ask her about those?
I did.
And did she indicate that she had experienced any?
No,
And delusions, did you ask her whether she had any delusions?
I didn't ask specifically about delusions, I believe.
Okay, and in the course of talking with an individual, do you kind of constantly keep that in mind with what they're telling you, whether they're having any ideas or of delusion?
Yes, I do.
In the conversation you had with her on November 20th, did you identify, based on your conversation with her, whether she was experiencing delusions?
No, I did not.
And fair to say, a standard set of questions that you also ask have to do with drug use or tobacco or alcohol. Did you ask those questions as well?
I don't recall.
If I were to show you your note, would that refresh your memory?
I have my notes right here. I could look at it.
Okay, I'm gonna draw your attention to the note from November 20th of 2022.
Yes, I did ask her apparently. And she said no to illicit drug use, tobacco or marijuana or alcohol at that time.
Okay. And she also indicated to you that at this time on November 20th that she had stopped breastfeeding.
That's correct.
Now, did she schedule or did you schedule with her an intake for the next day, November 21st?
We did.
And at the clinic, what generally is the practice for whether a person appears in person or on a telehealth visit or virtually?
Generally speaking, we like to do the intake in person as long as it's feasible. And for her, it was.
Okay. And just kind of while we're on that topic, going forward with a patient who's being seen at the clinic, what are the criteria to determine an in-person visit or a telehealth visit?
They're given the option about what works best for them.
And are there instances where you as a provider might insist a person comes in person?
If somebody needs to do like a urine drug screen or laboratory work, we'll have them come in. Or if they seem to be not making sense or having more difficulties, we'll have them come in person.
And if a person is scheduled for an in-person visit and there are no observed issues on your end, can they opt to change it to a virtual appointment at any point?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just the normal course of business at the clinic?
Correct.
Now, in this particular instance, you said the intake was in person, right?
Yes.
And during the course of the intake, are there particular types of questions that are asked of the person to get to know them and get to know their situation?
Yes, generally we do a full intake. The first thing they do is meet with the nurse who does all the screenings.
And one of the things that is asked of an individual when they come in is to tell you why they are there, right?
Correct.
What their complaint is.
Yes.
And so for this patient, for Lindsay Clancy, what did she identify as the reason for the visit?
Would it be okay if I refer to my note?
Sure.
So she said pretty much I cannot sleep was her major concern.
And is that something that you've seen in your experience with new moms that come through the clinic and are postpartum?
It's very typical.
Now, even with that report or that reason, do you do a full history to try to identify kind of what's going on in the present and what has happened in the past?
Yes, I do.
And generally, is it fair to say that that's kind of the goal of an intake, right?
I do that with every client. I have a standard set of questions.
Is that just for the intake or any follow-up?
Any follow-up, I have a basic kind of script, but I always adjust it based on what they're saying.
But fair to say, once a person gives kind of that history of their background, especially if they've had prior births before, prior experiences with mental health professionals or psychiatric history, that kind of follows the patient as they go through with their subsequent visits.
Yes,
So in this instance, you had some background information from the phone call you had with her, but did you go back through those standard questions that you'd ask in an intake?
I did.
And did you learn a little bit more about her current mental status? Did you ask her some questions about currently how she was in this November 21st meeting?
I did.
And so, again, do you kind of go through in each and every instance whether the person has any thoughts of suicide or harming themselves or others?
At every visit, those are standard questions that I ask if they have any type of suicidal, homicidal ideation or auditory or visual hallucinations.
Do you ask the same questions each time, or is it kind of fluid based on your rapport and conversation with the patient?
Generally, I try and touch upon the topic. Sometimes we get to that answer indirectly just by the line of questioning that we're using.
Okay. And where it had been reported to you that she had been on the Zoloft and stopped due to insomnia, that she was overwhelmed and her mind was racing, did you talk with her about intrusive thoughts?
I did.
And did she indicate whether at that point she was having any intrusive thoughts of harming herself or her babies?
She was not.
Did she report to you how she was feeling at home with having now 3 children to take care of?
She was feeling overwhelmed.
And that, again, reiterating that around 12 weeks when Patrick went back to work, that she was having increased anxiety.
Correct.
And did she indicate to you that that was something that she had experienced to some extent with her other 2 children?
At least with her second pregnancy.
And was she able to manage that with her second pregnancy without medication?
As far as what I was told, yes.
And fair to say she indicated that she would use breathing, meditation, and yoga to work through it.
Correct.
And so on this November 21st intake date, you again ask about drug use, right?
Correct.
And at this point, she had told you that she did trial one CBD gummy at some point, but that did not help.
Correct.
And you also learn about any prior psychiatric medication she had been on?
Yes, she had been on the Zoloft, the Ativan. She had been prescribed Buspar, but she didn't indicate whether she had taken that or not.
Okay, and so that was a report of her most recent course of treatment, but did she talk about having anxiety issues
yes.
further back in her history?
Yes, in college she had trialed Prozac, propranolol, and Wellbutrin.
And fair to say she indicated that to you that she did well on those medications in nursing school?
Correct, with the only side effect being sexual side effects.
Did you talk to her at this point in November 21, 2022, about whether she had a plan to go back to work?
I don't know if that was a specific day. I know that we talked about work at a different date.
Okay. If you have your note in front of you, I just draw your attention to maybe the last paragraph of the history of present illness.
Oh, I'm sorry. And you're talking about the day of the intake?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you said the 22nd. So, yeah, she had planned to go back to work in October, but it got delayed. She pushed it forward to November because she was having anxiety.
Okay. And during the course of this intake, again, you did those same mental status screens for any concerns, right?
Correct.
Did you know any in this face-to-face in-person meeting with her?
No, she was goal-directed, linear. She was a great historian, actively participated in the care plan.
And as far as some of the screenings that you do during these visits, for a person who is in that postpartum period, are there any specific screenings that you do?
Yes, we do the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale. We did the GAD, which is the Generalized Anxiety Depression Scale. We did the Mood Disorders Questionnaire Scale, the Colombian Suicidal Scale, as well as the 5 Ps, which assesses for substance use disorders in pregnancy and postpartum.
And so as far as in each one of those screens, what did you find as it pertained to this particular patient?
She was significantly high in the GAD-7, which is for generalized anxiety. She scored 21 out of 21, which is, they're just screening, so it's not diagnostic, but it did indicate that she was experiencing extreme anxiety. And then with the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, she scored a 23 out of 30. But the one that I look for the most in that scale is number 10, and she was negative, and that's for suicidality.
Okay. And so why is it that you look at that one in particular, or why do you consider that most?
Because that shows significant depression, especially if they have thoughts of harming themselves.
Is it fair to say that that Edinburgh scale it also could fluctuate with postpartum mom depending on their situation?
Yes.
And the other screens that you performed, did you identify whether there was any substance use issues?
No, there wasn't.
Now, once you were able to kind of gather all this information from her and do these screenings, were you able to come up with an assessment and a plan for how to help her?
Yes,
And what was going to be the plan with Ms. Clancy?
So we had discussed starting Prozac.
Okay. And is that, or why Prozac? Why start there?
Because she'd had a history of being successful on it in the past. And that's a good indicator that instead of trialing multiple medications, to start with the ones that actually work. So I gave her 10 milligrams for the first 4 days to make sure there were no adverse reactions. And then I was going to increase her to 20 milligrams if she tolerated that well.
Okay. And what about some of the medications that she had already, that she was already on, the Ativan and Benadryl and the Trazodone? Did you have a plan for those?
I did. So I encouraged her to take the Ativan. So when Prozac can sometimes be very activating, it can make the anxiety worse before it gets better when you first start it. So I wanted to pair it with the Ativan just in the beginning, just to help her be more comfortable with the anxiety and to make sure that it didn't interfere with her sleep.
And as far as Prozac goes, what class of medication is it?
It's an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is it commonly prescribed to treat people with depression?
Yes, it is a first-line treatment.
You said first-line treatment?
Correct.
And the idea of pairing a particular medication like an SSRI with another medication, is that a fairly common practice with psychiatric medications?
Yes.
As far as you mentioned that sometimes symptoms could get worse before they get better. Is that also common with SSRIs?
Yes, it is.
Does it take a while for a medication to get into a person's system and stabilize them?
Generally, side effects are the first week or two, but to get to a therapeutic level, it's about 4 to 6 weeks.
And was this something that you discussed with her about the timetable it would take to reach a therapeutic level?
Yes.
And when we say therapeutic level, what's the goal of reaching therapeutic level?
Is remission in symptoms.
People start to feel better then, right?
Correct.
Now, even though you were advising that she continue with the Ativan and she had told you that she had concerns about continuing with the benzodiazepine, did you indicate that there would be a plan to taper that or reduce that?
Yes, once the activating symptoms went away, then we would look at reducing that and moving away from the Ativan and moving more towards like a Buspar.
Okay. And as far as talking about that plan and what the risks and benefits of that plan were, did she appear to understand and engage in conversation with you about that?
Yes, she verbally understood and said that she understood the instructions.
Did she ask the appropriate questions or follow up?
Yes, she did.
And as far as kind of overall what the plan was moving forward, was medication the only recommendation that you were making, or did you have other recommendations for her?
No, I set her up with talk therapy with Letitia Dukes as well.
Sorry, when you say talk therapy, what do you mean by that?
So coming in and actually doing cognitive behavioral therapy with a clinician, someone who is trained in this.
Okay. And so you mentioned Letitia Dukes.
Correct. She was the clinician in our program at the time.
And when you make this recommendation and this intake visit, do you work with the patient to schedule something before they leave, or is it up to them to schedule the time with the social worker?
It was set up with her before she left, I believe.
Okay. And you're aware that the first scheduled appointment with Letitia was for December 2nd?
Correct. I believe because it was a holiday week that week.
Okay. Now, this time that you were with Ms. Clancy during this initial intake, fair to say it was approximately 60 minutes?
Yeah, she spent 30 minutes with my nurse and 60 minutes with myself.
So she was there for an hour and a half? And is that normal time period that you allot for people coming in for intakes?
Yes.
And as far as follow-up with you as the clinician and prescriber, was there a plan set for when she was going to return?
Yes, we had established a return in 2 weeks.
Now, at this point, because you had made that initial contact with her and you had done this intake, was she going to be assigned to you as a patient?
This was going to be a short-term arrangement. I was already in the process of leaving the program at the time.
Had that been communicated to her?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as what your plan was, how long were you remaining at the practice?
I was at the practice until mid-December.
So this was like a pre-planned.
I was moving back to New Hampshire, yes.
But as far as the preliminary care, did you continue on with Lindsay as a patient?
No, I transferred her care on November 30th. And I communicated with that to Lindsay.
Okay. So as far as after the intake, she was provided with that December 2nd intake or meeting with Letitia Dukes, the social worker. And then the next scheduled event would have been December 7th, right? For a follow-up?
She had I believe, I don't recall the actual, what her next follow-up with me was. I don't recall that date, but she did have a follow-up with Rebecca Gelata.
Okay. Prior to you communicating on November 30th that you were transferring her care, did you have further contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yeah, we had a few phone calls and my chart messages going back and forth.
Can you just explain to the jury what the MyChart messaging system is in your practice?
It's kind of a chat feature between the client. They can reach out directly to the provider. It goes right to our inbox and we can talk back and forth between visits.
And do you encourage patients when they come in and that first meeting to utilize the MyChart messaging system?
I do. Often it's the quickest way to get a hold of me if they're experiencing any major issues.
And fair to say it's just an easy way in between visits to communicate particular points of information or concerns or symptoms?
Yes.
Do you, in your practice, often use MyChart messages if you're not available to meet with the patient to make changes to their treatment plan?
Occasionally, yes.
Now, prior to your first MyChart message with Lindsay Clancy, did you get a text message from her on your personal phone?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether Sue Clancy provided your number to Lindsay?
I know I did. So she had my number because I called her from my personal phone call because it was on a Sunday when I reached out to her initially.
So that November 20th phone conversation was a communication between you and her on your personal phone?
Correct.
And so do you recall on November 22nd getting a message from her saying, "Hi, Julie, this is Lindsay Clancy. I'm sorry to contact you like this, but when you have a minute, can you please call?"
I can't recall whether that was a MyChart message or if that was on my personal phone. I apologize.
That's okay. As a result of some way her contacting you, did you then have or send her a message or have a conversation with her on November 23rd?
I know we communicated on the 22nd. I sent a message saying that was the day she was getting nervous about starting the Prozac, so we encouraged her to go ahead and start the Prozac. I know we communicated on the 23rd, either by phone or by MyChart message, that indicated that she had taken the medication. She had started it on the 22nd.
Okay. And were you aware at this time period that she was currently already a patient in the South Shore Health System network with a primary care physician named Margaret Anastasia?
Yes.
And she's a nurse practitioner, right?
Correct.
Now, as far as these concerns that she relayed to you about starting the Prozac, do you know whether she did start the Prozac?
Yes, she stated that she started the Prozac on the 22nd of November.
Okay. And by November 25th of 2022, did you start having some MyChart communications with Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
And so just referring first to November 25th of 2022, fair to say that you gave her or sent her a MyChart message encouraging to kind of stick with the plan, right?
Correct. Prior to that, yes.
At that point, had you prescribed her something to help her sleep outside what you had previously provided or outside what she had?
Before November 25th, I did not.
Okay, so on November 25th, did you prescribe her some additional medications?
I did. So she wasn't tolerating the Prozac, so we had a conversation about stopping the Prozac. I gave her, she was really having a hard time sleeping, so I gave her a one-time dose of Ambien. And then I also prescribed mirtazapine, which is another antidepressant, but it works really good for sedation and anxiety. So started that at 7.5 milligrams, told her to stop the Prozac. And I also paired it with Klonopin, but I told her explicitly not to take the Ativan, just to take the Klonopin to help. It's longer acting benzodiazepine to help her with sleep and longer acting anxiety support while we got this new medication up and running.
And so in your conversations with her about her concerns about the Prozac, fair to say she reported to you that she was feeling disconnected, out of it, a little bit spacey. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you said your recommendation at that point was to discontinue the Prozac.
Correct.
And as far as the Prozac went, she hadn't taken it for very long, had she?
She took it for 3 days.
3 days?
Correct.
And again, you had that conversation with her about kind of waiting it out for the 4 to 6 weeks. But based on what she was reporting to you, did you have any concerns about her stopping the Prozac after only 3 days?
When a client doesn't have buy-in to the medication, it's awful. It doesn't work as well. So I was working with Lindsay to try and find a medication that would make her feel more comfortable. She was feeling very uncomfortable, very anxious, and the Prozac, she just wasn't tolerating the activation from the Prozac. So mirtazapine is a little bit more calming, which I thought she would resonate with better.
Okay. And so again, this is not one of those follow-up visits on a telehealth or a face-to-face. So were you relying heavily on what she was reporting to you?
Yes.
And again, in that MyChart message, you did indicate to stop the Prozac, Benadryl, and Ativan, and don't take while taking Klonopin.
Correct.
In your act as a physician, is it common to have trialed different medications to find the right one to work for any given patient?
Yes.
The patient is going to respond to any particular treatment, medication treatment.
Correct.
So after prescribing the Klonopin, the mirtazapine, and giving her that single dose of Ambien, did you do anything or set anything up to follow up with her after changing those prescriptions?
I just told her she can MyChart message me over the weekend. It was the holiday weekend. So I made sure she knew I was available to answer her questions.
And fair to say she did, in fact, MyChart, you sent you MyChart messages over the course of that weekend, correct?
She did, yes.
And so starting at 7:51 on November 26th, she reported to you kind of how that night went, didn't she?
Yes.
Where she said, I did better last night. I took 7.5 mirtazapine and 0.5 Klonopin at bedtime, slept fairly well on and off until 3:45. And then she asked, do you think increasing the mirtazapine will help me stay asleep longer? I can survive like this, but would be helpful to get to sleep until at least 5. Thoughts? Thank you, Lindsay.
Yes.
Did you respond to that message?
I did.
And what did you advise her to do when she asked about increasing the mirtazapine and wanting to stay asleep longer?
I said she could trial the 15 milligrams.
And again, is that something that is common for you to do in prescribing, that maybe you have to adjust the dosage?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that increasing the mirtazapine up to 15 would have had any issues or problems?
No,
And then again, on November 27th, you had a correspondence with her starting at 9:59 a.m., where she again reports to you how she did that night. Is that something you encouraged her to do, to just give you a nightly or like a follow-up the next day, check in to let you know how she was or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms?
I do that with a lot of clients that are really anxious. I like to make myself available to them so that they have that reassurance.
Okay. So this wasn't kind of unexpected.
It wasn't out of the ordinary for me.
And so on the 27th, she indicated she slept well, taking the 15 mirtazapine and the 0.5 Klonopin, feel rested but super disconnected with myself and reality, and describes it as a scary feeling, thinking of stopping Klonopin tonight and just taking the mirtazapine. Do you recall that
I do.
communication? And she acknowledges that I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be right, okay? Or sorry, I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be okay, right? Do you recall her asking that?
She's referring to the Klonopin, and yes, she did. She was really anxious about being dependent on benzodiazepines. So I think her goal was to not be on them. And if she was the disorientation might have been because of all the sedation from the mirtazapine, which is a common side effect, which is why we chose that. And she knew that. And adding the Klonopin, maybe removing that might have helped with some of the sedative factors for it.
So did you find there to be any issues with stopping the Klonopin or her deciding not to take it after 2 days?
No, I did not.
And in fact, you indicated and told her that should help with the disorientation, right?
Yes, it might.
Okay. And so that was on November 27th. And fair to say that there was another communication via my chart on November 28th with Lindsay Clancy.
Yes, there was.
And at this point, she was asking for, or there was some back and forth about needing a note for work, correct?
Correct.
And is that something that you had talked about with her, about getting another note for work?
Yes, that's what I do that often.
And in fact, you kind of went back and forth with her, and ultimately she said never mind, that she didn't qualify for short-term disability anymore, and she's just going to be on personal leave.
Correct.
So on the 28th, there was no back and forth about her taking the medicine and the effects or how she was feeling?
She actually had a panic attack earlier in the day before those communications about work. And I recommended she take 0.5 of Ativan and go for a run. And I also recommended that she consider doing the partial hospitalization program at women and infants.
And what was her response to the recommendation for the partial hospitalization program?
At that time, she felt it wasn't going to work logistically for her or her family.
Okay. And why did you recommend maybe going for a run?
To get rid of some of the adrenaline from the anxiety. And running has been a really good thing for her in the past, and I thought it would help calm her down.
Okay. Now on November 29th of 2022, that was the first day that she actually met with Rebecca Gelada, but you had some conversation with her, or she sent you a message, I should say, earlier in the day, correct?
She sent me a message earlier in the day, and at that time I wasn't working that day, and Rebecca had an opening, so I offered the appointment with Rebecca for her. So I didn't actually communicate with her that day.
Okay, but you did receive her message at 6:05 a.m. Where she reported that at that point she took 15 Remeron and CBD and it only worked slightly.
Correct.
So how did you get from what you have told us now was the mirtazapine, or that's Remeron, right?
Correct.
How do we get from just the mirtazapine with not the other, without the Klonopin or without some other?
The Klonopin was an as-needed medication. So I honored her choice to be able to decide whether she wanted to take that or not.
Okay. So after this panic attack, after the communication about the work form, she reports the next morning that she took the 15 of the mirtazapine or Remeron, and then she was having some sleep issues, right?
Correct.
And that she tried breathing meditation and muscle relaxation, but that she ended up having to take that Ativan.
Correct.
Now, had you had any conversation with her in this back and forth and these MyChart messages about whether Ativan was something that she should continue to take?
It was understood that she wouldn't take it unless until I had that conversation with her. I was under this understanding that she wouldn't be taking it while taking the Klonopin.
But she had told you she wanted to discontinue the Klonopin.
Correct.
And so you said as of November 30th that you had then fully transferred care.
I let her know that I would be leaving the clinic, and I thought it would be best if she saw a clinician that was working 5 days a week.
And Rebecca Gelada, is she a clinician that works at the clinic?
Correct.
And had you worked with her for quite some time?
She had been in the clinic, I think, for 2 years, I believe, at the time.
And you said that you had recommended on the day before, on the 29th, that she set up that meeting with Rebecca because she was available.
Correct.
So it just was kind of happenstance that she ended up with Rebecca, or?
I was in the process of transferring all of my patients between Rebecca and our new hire, and Rebecca was an experienced clinician, so I felt she would be a better match for Lindsay.
Okay. And as far as when you sent or communicated to Ms. Clancy that you were transferring her care, that was via my chart message, right?
Correct.
And Lindsay then responded to you, or do you recall if she responded to you? I'm sorry.
He did respond to me saying, thank you for the care that I provided. She appreciated it and wished me luck.
Did you have any other contact with Lindsay Clancy after that point?
No, I did not.
And just to be clear, so when we were talking about moving from November 28th to the 29th in time, did you have a phone call with her outside the MyChart messages about that panic attack? Or do you recall having entering a progress note about that?
I do remember entering a progress note about that. And that's when I told her to go for the run. I made the recommendation for the PHP.
Did you ever have any further contact with Sue Clancy about Lindsay Clancy's care after that first contact on November 20th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
I have no further questions at this time.
Council, can I see it? Sidebar. All right, ma'am, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, well, members of the jury, just a couple minutes. So we're going to break. The Commonwealth is finished on their direct. We're going to start with the cross-examination of this witness. Just like that tomorrow. All right, so we're going to break till tomorrow. Remember my instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case, even similar cases in regards to this. Don't read anything. Don't take any field trips. Don't do any research. You kind of know what the instructions are. I'm going to ask you those questions. We'll come in. We might start. I'd ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There may be an issue I have to talk to counsel. It might cause a little bit of a delay, but we'll try and keep that minimized. We'll get you in here tomorrow. Okay, great. Thank you for all your work, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Sure, so the notebooks, but follow me.
Jurors have exited the court on this court's session. Please be seated.
All right. Anything else we need to address the court? All right. Thank you. So the plan will be to start tomorrow. Before we bring the jury back in, my plan would be to address the defendant's motion for that additional witness. We could maybe do that first thing, and then after we argue that, go right back into the presentation evidence. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.